I think we're back. So, thanks for joining us. This is Force 13 Live, the latest on Hurricane Idalia, which is an extremely powerful Category 3 storm as it gets closer. That's a still image of my face. And here's me right now. My name is Nathan Foy here in the studio. We've been covering Idalia all night, and that coverage continues into the early hours of this morning as it gets closer towards a very powerful landfall along the coast of the Big Bend region of Florida, where we could see, well, it's already a borderline Category 4, and maybe a Category 4 landfall is on the cards. We're expecting landfall about 8 a.m. or maybe slightly earlier now, and we'll keep you well up to date with all of that information. But my name is Nathan Foy, joined by a few people in our studio. We have with us right now, we've still got Tim. Patrick somehow is still here. He's been here all night. Jonesy as well, somewhere in the background, and Samuel somewhere in there too. And we've got Alex, a caller, with us right now as well. We're doing a phone-in format tonight. So on our Discord server, you can pop in to our phone-in and take part in the discussion. It's obviously a very serious time, and there's lots to go over here. I don't know where the radar's just gone. It was there a moment ago. Let's take a look at some mesoscale imagery now with infrared there, rapid scan. And that's showing some progress. Still not the clearest of eyes, but that doesn't really matter. Well, that's the clearest of eyes. That's Typhoon Ciolo. I don't want to scare everyone there. That's a Category 5 entering the South China Sea near the Philippines. And there is the latest imagery on Idalia. So with landfall getting ever closer, we are concerned of up to 16 feet of storm surge as this storm draws in. And we expect landfall will occur once again sometime before 9 a.m. certainly, and possibly a little before 8. Let's cross over to one of the cameras at Cedar Key at this time, and you can see the waves moving in. Moonlit waves now, which I find interesting because I see little gaps in the clouds. I'm not sure radar is agreeing with that, but that's what we're seeing here from this live webcam. And really watch out for the next few hours for the tide, the storm surge to push right in here. If someone could just fill in for me for a couple of minutes here whilst I put on some more information on our latest stream.
Yeah, I can do that for you, Nathan. Considering 300 miles away from the center of Idalia, we actually have a special marine warning for a possible water spout south of Adesto Beach. So Idalia's influence now being felt along the South Carolina coastline.
Have we switched over streams?
That
Yeah,
happened
we
some
have.
time ago.
Yeah, we have.
Okay.
And as Nathan is working on some information behind the scenes, we will have the National Hurricane Center update. It will be a full advisory here in about the next 10 minutes. So we will be crossing the top of the hour. We will have that information along with the update on the watches and warnings for that time. We still do have recon in Idalia at this time, AF 305. Still running around in that storm. Again, hats off to the 53rd Weather Reconnaissance Squadron and NOAA for dedicating their man hours and their aircraft to getting this life-saving information to not only us, but to the National Hurricane Center, which they use that information to get the advisories back out over the air and to us so we can keep you guys ahead of the storm. And you can see the live shot there off of Nathan's screen there in Cedar Key. The wave action looking just a little deceptive on just how calm it is there. Obviously, this is going to be one of the areas that will be heavily inundated with storm surge, a possible of 9 to 15 feet. Could impact the Cedar Key area as Idalia keeps moving closer to the shoreline. Cedar Key running about 9 feet above sea level. So flooding and inundation very possible in and around the Cedar Key area. And obviously, we do have another webcam up by Stein Hachi. I don't think we've got that one set up yet for to
Yes, we
switch
do.
over to. Oh, we do have that one. Okay.
You can't see much on this yet, though.
Yeah, I was trying to buy you some time while you were working behind the scenes there, Nathan.
Oh, hold on. And you can see Steinhatchee. See what happens if we increase the brightness. Okay, that didn't work. Just trying to see if we can get a slightly enhanced image quality there, but you still can't see very much.
I feel sorry for whoever parked their car right next to the ocean in Cedar Key, because they're about to lose what is that, a Buick or a Cadillac? I don't know. But the waves there are going up the seawall. It looks like not fully over the seawall, but it kind of is going over the seawall. Looks like the water on the road looks to be about maybe a fifth or a fourth of the way up the tires. So that goes up a little more, and that car is going to be floating down the street.
Oh, we've got a play button there.
And while we are waiting on the update for Idalia, Nathan, we do have an update on Franklin. 5 a.m. advisory is up. They note Franklin is a large hurricane still producing significant surf and rip currents along the eastern seaboard. Tropical storm conditions are expected in Bermuda today. Their 5 a.m. advisory has Franklin at Category 2, 110 miles per hour, pressure of 956 millibars. That is as of the 5 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time update.
You can see the clouds moving by pretty quickly as this storm gets closer, although it does look clearer than you think it would, so I'm a little bit confused by that. Maybe we'll get some clarity when we get daylight. Let's take a look once again at the latest radar. There it is, and what a powerful storm that's drawing very close to landfall here with a very impressive core that's been building all night by the looks of things. Certainly when I retired last night, it's a lot redder around the eye now than it was back then. So I'd say it's really got a mean inner core. But this is our live stream right now. We're staying here up until landfall. Please share if you can, and subscribe to our channel for more updates. Hopefully you're finding our coverage useful tonight. And we'll be here up until landfall and probably beyond a little bit. As we wait right now for the latest National Hurricane Center update. But at its current movement, we're probably expecting landfall in about, should we say there, less than 4 hours.
If the NHC does not go Cat 4 right in the next 5 minutes, I feel like they are waiting for this upcoming pass to occur from Air Force 305, which looks like it's going to be a southeast to northwest pass, which trends have shown throughout the night that this has been the passes to watch, as recon has trended with the highest SFMRs being in the northwest and west eye walls, and the highest flight levels being in the southeast and east eye walls. Although the northeast eye wall has decided to catch up. I know on its first pass through the northeast side, it wasn't really the strongest, but on that second one, it was. So we're going to wait and see what the plane does do. There is supposed to be the NOAA aircraft that should be taking off in the next few minutes, and that will have a dual recon for only a couple hours before the NOAA craft will take over fully, and the NOAA aircraft will be the aircraft that we have right up to landfall.
Wow. Update due anytime, and there once again is some satellite imagery of the storm drawing ever closer towards landfall. When you look at it this way, it does go to show just how close it is getting to that coastline at this point. To be honest with you, it looks a lot closer than it does on radar. I'm starting to wonder whether the radar here is up to date, but I think it is. It is pretty much level with Cedar Key right now, and it's going on a little bit further north. And the update is out, and they've gone with Category 4, everyone. Category 4 status with 130 mile per hour winds, and if it makes landfall at this intensity, it is the strongest landfall recorded in this part of the Bend area, beating a powerful Category 3 hurricane in 1896. This is a Category 4 with 130 miles per hour and a pressure of 940 millibars. And that is pretty much a nightmare scenario. We're expecting a strong storm from the outset with models, and the higher forecast looks like it's transpiring. And by the way, got to commend the NHC on their forecasting skills. We're going with the higher models yesterday, because that's exactly what's happened here. So Category 4, we'll update our bottom bar again. That might take about 30 minutes knowing my software, but 130 miles per hour, 940 millibars. That's the latest word from the National Hurricane Center, and when one of you guys gets a hold of the advisory, feel free to read it out on the air, guys.
So I have it. Changes this advisory. So 139.40, 60 miles west of Cedar Key, 90 miles south of Tallahassee, moving north-northeast at 18. A hurricane warning has been issued for the east coast of the United States from Altamaha Sound, Georgia to Modesto Beach, South Carolina. A storm surge warning has been issued from St. Catharines Sound to South Santee River. A hurricane watch has been issued from Modesto Beach, South Carolina to South Santee River, South Carolina. A tropical storm warning has been issued from north of Surf City, North Carolina to the North Carolina-Virginia border and Pamlico and Albemarle Sounds. The tropical storm warning for the west coast of Florida from Bonita Beach southward is discontinued. Summary of watches and warnings. A storm surge warning is in effect for Englewood northward to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay, St. Catharines Sound to the South Santee River. A hurricane warning is in effect for Middle Longboat Key northward to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay. A tropical storm warning is in effect for Chalowski north to Middle Longboat Key, west of Indian Pass to Mexico Beach, Sebastian Inlet, Florida to Surf City, North Carolina. A storm surge watch is in effect for Bonita Beach northward to Englewood, including Charlotte Harbor, mouth of the St. Mary's River to St. Catharines Sound, Georgia, Beaufort Inlet to Drum Inlet, North Carolina, Neuse and Pamlico Rivers, North Carolina. A hurricane watch is in effect for mouth of the St. Mary's River to Altamaha Sound, Modesto Beach to South Santee River.
Um. Oh yes. So they're gonna have to correct their update there because the summary of watches and warnings doesn't include that new hurricane warning.
Does it? No? Oh, it does not, yeah.
Yeah, they'll be correcting that pretty soon, I would imagine, if they notice it. So a new hurricane warning for Altamaha Sound, Georgia, to Edisto
Modesto Beach, South Carolina.
South Carolina. There we go. I'm just updating all of the warnings that will show on the bottom bar in a little while. So pretty crazy right now, with tropical storm warnings as far north now as Surf City, North Carolina at this 5 a.m. advisory. And looks like our radar has gone missing again. It's run off somewhere.
No, it's the tropical storm warning is to the North Carolina Virginia border now.
Oh, so they've not updated that either.
No, they have not.
Hey,
Whoops.
can I step in again?
Sure.
So Crackasea in Central Florida said that he had a tornado warned cell in close proximity to his county. Other than that, relatively calm outside. Periodic intense moving bands moving through, but other than that, the greatest threat is tornadoes. I don't know where in Florida he is, but I'm not entirely sure.
Search graphic is not updated yet, nor has the cone.
I'll ask him. Hold on.
Lots of warnings out there at this point.
Very much so. There is. Okay, that tornado warning that was up on the board, it should be allowed to expire now.
And the new cone is out, and I do see why they issued the hurricane warnings. So the hurricane watch is still there for basically to the Jacksonville area, the hurricane watch, but now they are expecting it to be a hurricane as it approaches the Savannah, Georgia area.
Yep.
Okay, this guy on my live feed on the Discord here.
And Bermuda is in a cone again.
Oh gosh.
My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead.
I think that's still Florida. Yes, it is. Okay. Brad Arnold is still in Florida. He's in Perry, Florida.
All of the 16 feet surge has not changed except for the St. Catherine Sound of the South Sanitee River. That is now 3 to 5 feet.
I don't
Speaking
know
of which, Reed Timmer is currently in Cedar Key doing a bit of a foot chase with storm surge right now. So hoping that he's going to be safe during that. But you can see on his stream, the storm surge is going to start to really pick up in that area. Winds are really starting to whip up as well.
He's foot chasing. I'm sorry. He's doing what with the storm surge?
A foot chase.
Oh dear Lord.
Yeah, if you can see on his YouTube video, on his live stream he's got going on.
That is Reed for you.
Yep.
We'll get away from the shoreline very shortly. I know that. I know Reed is not going to be there when the worst surge comes in, which is going to be very shortly.
Storm surge is already coming up on Cedar Key on Reed Timmer's stream.
It has been coming up all night, but it's going to come in.
Intensifying.
It's going to come in worse as this moves up to the north.
This is Brad Arnold. He's in Perry, Florida, or just inside Perry. Or just outside.
I don't think we can show that on the stream.
Do what?
I don't think we can show his
Oh, okay,
webcam
my bad.
stream.
Okay, Nathan. Looks like the
Well-
NAC has corrected their graphic for the watches and warnings. So the new cone and new graphic is now updated.
Did they update on the public advisory? They did. Okay, they did. Perfect.
So the question
Wait,
now
no,
is
they didn't. They didn't fully update it.
The question now is
What?
how much more strengthening might occur.
Well, they said that it's got a few more hours over water. Could happen, and we're gonna see what recon finds on this upcoming pass. They are on flight radar. They're doing a southeast to northwest pass right now.
Live view from Cedar Key at this moment in time, showing the storm's impacts there. Very close to that area, but it's not going to make landfall there. It's going to be further to the north.
But it is gonna get a lot of surge. I believe it is in the 12 to 16 feet. Most things in Cedar Key go up to 9 feet, so you're gonna see a lot of stuff underwater there in Cedar Key.
My question is, has it just changed directions, or is that just me?
Well, the NHC since last hour has said it's moving north to northeast.
Okay. I thought it kind of did.
Winds are
Yeah,
ramping up
like-
exponentially in Cedar Key right now. On Reed Timmer's stream.
Yeah, they're trying to get back to their hotel now. Oh, Reed.
Reed, man, I have a friend that has actually met the man. Like, he
I know
is.
people who have met
crazy.
him too.
Hold on just
Alright,
a second.
so let me see. So 35, 10, 14 on that. That's the two that I have. Oh my goodness, they actually did bring back Kurt to the ATCF.
Oh,
Oh my
no. Some bad news here. We're
Mhm.
unable to get the Steinhatchee webcam. I don't know whether it's gone down or it's just been pulled, but unavailable. So we're not going to know what the conditions are there before dawn.
Okay, we do have a new storm surge graphic that was issued with the 5 a.m.
Not-
advisory, Nathan.
Not
So
many changes.
they actually have 2 to 4 feet now from the mouth of the St. Rivers River up to St. Catharines Sound, and 3 to 5 from St. Catharines Sound up to the South Sanitee River. That is as of the 5 a.m. advisory that was just released.
Let's see if we can have a little look at that on our screen here. And I think, yep, this is up to date. Latest storm surge graphic shows the new or latest expectations for storm surge. 12 to 16 feet. Back to our radar imagery at this point. We'll still be able to access a lot of the traffic cameras. In fact, there's a few in Perry. Let's see if we can have a little look at what's going on in Perry right now. We're just going to be getting that here. There's a live view on the southeast side of Perry. As you can see, a desolate road, and probably getting some significant rainfall. Winds don't look particularly strong at this point, but that is Perry right now. as of 5:10 a.m. Feel free to ask questions. Start your message with Force 13 all in text in the chat. So I know it's a very early hour of the morning. And if you find this useful, please share the stream. Subscribe to our channel for more updates for this and every other storm out there that we cover around the world. Hurricane Idalia is a Category 4 with winds of 130 miles per hour and a pressure of 940 millibars. A very powerful storm expected to make landfall probably within the next 3 hours. A couple of people on the road there. Back to the radar, no further tornado warnings. And we've just lost that view. And it's back again. Really impressive radar imagery here as it gets ever nearer towards a potential landfall, or well, it's going to make landfall location. Where will it be exactly? Well, that's going to be the big question now as we look forward. We're thinking possibly near Keaton Beach.
Here's an interesting nugget for you, Nathan. According to the 5 a.m. advisory, tropical storm force winds extend 120 miles to the northeast of the center of Idalia.
So that covers land.
That nearly puts it all the way up to the Florida-Georgia state line, and Idalia is still offshore.
Yeah.
So those tropical storm force winds extending out very far on the northeastern side.
This is Cross City right now. Looking at a view underneath some heavy weather there. Significant rainfall. So things starting to deteriorate along the coast. This is slightly inland. But we'll obviously be watching the Cedar Key webcam like a hawk, no doubt. There it is once again. Can't be too long before dawn now. Probably still a good hour or so. So there's the live view. Wind getting up. Can't see the water as much as we could earlier when it was all moonlit in the background. It goes to show that it's clearly clouded over again, and some of those bands moving through. To be fair though, this is Cedar Key and it is making its closest pass to Cedar Key right now. Doesn't quite mean that the storm surge will be peaking at this moment, because winds will continue rushing in that area for a little while yet. But just to make a little estimate now, Cedar Key, 61 miles from the eye of the storm. Was that some pardon me, I think a lightning flash there.
Yeah, there is another band that is starting to roll through that area, and sunrise is in an hour and 45 minutes there, Nathan.
So we'll start getting light a little before then. Back at Cross City, it looks like they're getting some real blustery winds there now, actually. Look at this. This is interesting. I'm just wondering whether there's a little cell in that vicinity, whether that's what's causing this. I'm not sure exactly if it's in that cell, but it certainly looks like there's something going on there with lots of rainfall pooling up by the side of the road already there. So some heavy weather as of 5:15 a.m. Start your message with Force 13 all in text if you'd like to give us a comment or question. Like Hurricane Altony Braun, who says, what is the speed of Hurricane Idalia? Oh, there's an emergency vehicle.
Power just went out in the location where the Severe Studios have their remote cam in Cedar Key.
Okay. And that there then, speed of Idalia, are they saying 17 miles per hour? Is that right?
Let me double check. I believe that's what it was.
Cedar Key's flooding
Actually,
fast,
they
people are
increased
saying.
it on their 5 o'clock advisory. It's north-northeast at 18 now.
Okay.
Cedar Key's flooding fast. Power is out in a lot of places where looks like Reed and them are. So power is going out quickly, and it
Already?
is flooding quickly in Cedar Key.
And you said that other webcam was Cross City, Nathan?
This traffic cam right now here, this is Cross City live.
Okay. Cross City is 34 miles north of Cedar Key, just for reference for our viewers.
Yeah.
It is east of Steinhatchee, northeast of Horseshoe Beach. So Cross City right now getting some of the rain bands at this time.
Another emergency vehicle there. So things look like they're ratcheting up a notch or two as this storm draws ever nearer to landfall. Clearly going to be a very dangerous impact. Catastrophic storm surge of up to 16 feet. So dangerous conditions incoming. Not much else to say at the moment.
No, about the only thing we might have for interesting news is Recon continues to circulate through this storm. AF305 looks like they're getting ready to come in for another pass. Looks like this is going to be another southeast to northwest pass.
So Cantori was saying that Hermine is the tropical record for surge of 6.1 feet, and they might get double that in Cedar Key. That's not the all-time record, though, for Cedar Key. Obviously, the record being 9.5 feet from, as I was saying earlier, storm of the century, 93. And there's a chance that the surge could beat that as well from Idalia.
This is Cedar Key, another view right now with surge and, well, looks like heavy rainfall there. A little bit flashy, that imagery. But if something
exfoliated pressure of a 941.5. Southeast side, it is 110 flight level, 91 SFMR on the southeast side.
Mm-hmm.
Waiting to see when they're gonna issue those. When they're gonna start issuing extreme wind warnings. I think they should be doing them really soon because the winds are really starting to pick up in some of these locations. Like
we likely will not see extreme wind warnings until this actually makes landfall and there's actual measured winds above major hurricane status.
Oh, I don't know. Probably about an hour before.
Well, here's a pretty clear one.
So sorry. Category 4 right now with 130 miles per hour and a pressure of 940 millibars. This is Hurricane Idalia, an extremely powerful storm. At just after 20 past 5 a.m.
That's Clearwater Beach. Why am I clear over there with a dang live stream?
There were one or two suggestions that car you were talking about that we haven't seen on our stream was placed there deliberately. I don't know about
The
that.
car was placed there deliberately.
Why would
Cedar
someone?
Key?
For the footage.
I was
I
gonna
don't
say,
know.
why would someone do that?
And there's already stuff on TikTok of people swimming in the storm surge at Anna Maria Island. Please don't do that. Please don't go out in the streets and swim in the surge. You don't know what's in that.
It's likely picking up sewage from the sewers and stuff, and
Well,
there's probably parts of it probably have like live wires in it as well, which can be even more dangerous. So, if you're not a professional storm chaser, especially if you're not a professional storm chaser, you should not be touching any part of the storm surge. You want to be higher than the projected the projected peak height of the surge, as long as the building is sturdy enough to withstand the force of the water and the wind.
dangerous conditions moving ashore the coast of Florida right now as Hurricane Idalia's eye draws ever nearer. There it is. Radar imagery probably closing in on 60 miles to landfall.
Or less.
Or less? You think?
I don't know. I mean, it depends. I'm not exactly sure what the hurricane hunters are trying to do, but they are very, very close coast, I'll say. Might be coming in near the Fish Creek, Steinhatchee area. Maybe the what was the beach that I was saying earlier?
I don't remember.
Swear it starts with a K.
Keaton Beach.
Yeah, but there's another one next to Keaton Beach.
We're just watching this webcam right now, and the surge crashing in at Cedar Key.
Bonita Beach. The northern Bonita Beach. The one up in the Big Bend, not the one that got destroyed by Ian last year. I don't know why there's multiple Bonita beaches. That's confusing.
Of course there are.
Confusing.
Or wait, do you mean there's one? I would think because there's one called Bonito Beach and one called Bonita Beach.
I think it's the same spelling because the NHC was talking about Bonita Beach for the tropical storm warning being canceled, and that was down south, right by down by the Port Charlotte area and Venice and all that. And then you have the Bonita Beach where Hermine came in 2016. Officially, the NHC cone has the line, the newest cone has the line coming in between Fish Creek and Keaton Beach at this place called Dark Island. So we will see if that comes true, but it looks like it's going to be somewhere between the Spring Creek Bonita Beach area where Hermine came in, and as far east as probably say Steinhatchee.
A comment
Maybe.
about how close will it come to Jacksonville? Thoughts, guys?
Well, it's supposed to miss the north of Jacksonville. Jacksonville only has hurricane watches out because I think the hurricane warnings begin for Brunswick. Definitely it's there for Savannah, but it might start for Brunswick.
All right.
Yeah, just looking at the watchings and warnings, Jacksonville likely will get tropical storm force conditions. I already do know, due to the field that I work in, Nathan, that the port authority down there has already closed the port ahead of Idalia. So no ships are going to be coming in and out of the port of Jacksonville, and we'll probably see that get extended up towards the port of Savannah and the port of Charleston later on if they have not done so already.
If you've just joined us waking up this morning, this is a Category 4 storm heading for the coast of Florida, and we are expecting landfall at that intensity. Idalia is a very dangerous storm, and it will drop or push up to 16 feet of storm surge up to the coast. It's a major concern right now. Steinhatchee is without power as well at this point.
And not good news considering the main band has not even started to go through that area just yet. So not a good spot to be if you're in Steinhatchee this morning, waking up and you got no power and this hurricane's getting ready to bear down on you.
Looks like Sayola.
And before you go there, this is a time lapse that was posted in Steinhatchee up until the power outage, which I understand was not too long ago, and there it went.
It looks like for our Westpac friends, it looks like that Sayola, based on microwave, might be starting to weaken.
All right.
Based on microwave. What I do know is that it looks like Hong Kong has issued Signal 1 warnings.
Yep. This is Keaton Beach, where the landfall might occur later. A view of that heavy rain and maybe a little bit of flooding there. I don't know if that might be surge or it's just the extent of that rainfall. Keaton Beach.
Oh, what the fuck?
And we do have a buoy in Keaton Beach, Nathan. Latest reading off of that buoy is pressure is down to, I believe, 993 and dropping winds 17 knots, gusting 27 as of the 4 a.m. observation.
Not much else to show right now, apart from that other webcam that we had in Cedar Key, although it is in and out all the time right now. So it's not very good to be able to show you that one. But this is another view from near Cedar Key. Although, to be fair, it's not showing very much on this particular camera, which is a little bit surprising.
It did look like my Discord just started randomly glitching out on me for some reason. I'm hoping that. I think I may have just dropped. I may have said another F-bomb by accident. If I did, I thought I was muted, but my Discord was glitching out, so I do apologize.
Let's keep going. Big lightning flash there at Cedar Key.
Oh, lightning flashes.
Plays says here in Langdon, Abra, our rain is still not stopping while Sayola leaves our area. Now, river is like a big sea now. If it's still like this tomorrow, says Pagasa. That's in the northwestern Philippines. It looks like the other webcam at Cedar Key might have just gone down. I'm not sure. The one that was showing the storm surge a lot more clearly. So obviously we're struggling with these cameras, but we'll keep looking at all of our sources right now and see what we can find. But please get the word out there and share our stream as we get up towards the landfall of this storm. It's going to be a very dangerous situation, of course, with not only that enormous storm surge, but very powerful winds and more lightning flashes there at Cedar Key.
It does look like, based on microwave, as I was saying, it does look like that Sayola is weakening or going under an eyewall replacement cycle based on microwave. It's prone to an eyewall replacement cycle. Though I will say, don't know if it's necessarily going to go under that. I will say it is definitely weaker than earlier. Not sure. It probably still. It might be a Cat 5 still. I don't know. The red band on the microwave doesn't completely go around it on Sayola, I will say. I would have to look on Dvorak and infrared on it to see what's happening.
Alright, that's Sayola. We're still looking at Idalia cameras here. This is once again at I think it was at Perry. This is at Perry right now. Lots of rain falling, you can see on that light. Still looks quite still though, not too much in terms of winds, but if I'm not mistaken, this still has a relatively small wind field, doesn't it?
Maybe. Yeah, it has a pretty small wind field. Okay, so looks like the recon data came in from when it was going due east. Now it's going up. So maybe it's going to do a northeast pass, or it might be flying up to just go home. That's something we're going to have to figure out here in a minute.
They've been very busy.
Yeah, they've been keeping it busy. They've been holding it down for a while. I'm also still awaiting the microwave imagery to come in for Idalia. Well, it's not going to come in for like another hour or two, but the the F-18 is about to go over it.
So Cedar Key right now, looks like they're getting some very heavy weather. Let's look at Cross City once again. Here's the view there, and very poor conditions. This is probably the place to watch on the road cams right now. Cross City, which is just inland, not far from Steinhatchee. I think it's in Dixie County.
Ooh. So Idalia at 8Z had on the infrared on the Go 16 had a full red band, and then vertical hot towers fired up on that west side. And it looked like the eye collapsed on itself a little bit.
Really?
On the Go 16 infrared that I'm looking at, looks like it went down on itself a little bit, and there's only reds now on part of the storm. I'm not sure though. The eye does not look like on radar that it's collapsed. Although I do want to see some other infrared imagery to see what that is looking like.
Once again, you're watching Force 13 live coverage as we tick down the hours until this storm makes landfall. It will be just after daybreak, and it's going to be a very dangerous landfall. We obviously know that. Very strong winds of 130 miles per hour likely at landfall. We'll probably see extreme wind warnings. And at catastrophic storm surge of up to 16 feet. And whenever we get more imagery, we'll show you whatever we've got. We can guarantee you that. But this is a view at Cedar Key right now. And it's almost impossible to see the tide coming in with all of that. Well, that must be rain there. I know there were lots of bugs in the camera earlier. It's hard to tell which is which. But those trees blowing around a little bit as well. Is Patrick still with us?
I think he's asleep. He's trying to get some sleep. Landfall.
Yeah, I figured. But I'm just wondering what's going on with this storm right now. Radar looks like it's gotten a little bit elongated. So I don't know whether maybe the first sign that it might be peaking. We can hope.
Wait a minute.
We can hope.
It looks like on radar that eye wall is not fully closed anymore.
That's what I was thinking.
Ooh, hold on here. Are we getting the first signs of what I think we're getting?
Let's see if we can get someone on here. Cosmonaut, you're up next. Hello, welcome.
Hey, how's it going? It's currently 4:40 in the morning here.
Yeah. Early hours. You gotta love them. So, what are your thoughts on Idalia right now?
So, I was thinking that we're actually potentially getting some signs of a eyewall replacement cycle. We had a second maximum velocity that showed up, and so that might point towards it. The eye wall has temporarily collapsed for a minute, but seems to possibly be rebuilding right now.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, but it's looking interesting. And you can definitely see on that radar a much wider sort of second eye wall that's starting to maybe build up a little bit and could be about to take control.
Yeah, but I mean, it's hard to tell because that's also wrapped in the rain band that goes all the way out into Steinhatchee and Swanee.
Yeah, certainly. National Hurricane Center will be producing another update statement at the next hour, so we might get some more news on that, but I wonder what's going to happen with that eye. Any other things
Well,
you
we're
want to
gonna
add?
we're gonna find out here if this is an eye wall replacement cycle starting. Well, new tornado watch is out. Tornado watch 661, and it's for Georgia and for Florida, and it includes the following big cities: Valdosta and Savannah, and Brunswick in the state of Georgia. And we have Jacksonville, Gainesville, Ocala, Tampa, Palm Bay, Sebring, Sebastian, Palm Coast, Spring. I think I said Spring Hill, and I think I said Orlando. It includes parts of Interstates 16, 95, 10, and 75.
A lot more rain and bad conditions now at Perry. This is the latest view, live view right now at 5:41. Showing visibility is down, lots of rain, and a little bit windier there as well.
We did have a microwave that came in from around 7 on the Go 16, and yeah, that's a very nice looking storm on the microwave from earlier.
Yeah, we're getting some new vertical hot tops that are popping up right now. I've just been basically staring at Go 16 channel 13 for the entire night.
Yes, there's another emergency vehicle there.
This northeast to southwest pass that the hurricane hunters are doing will confirm if we are getting an eye wall replacement cycle.
So 3 emergency vehicles going by there at Perry. Cosmonaut, anything else you wanted to add whilst you're here?
Someone did just mention a tornado warning in Georgia, but I haven't verified that yet.
Let's see. The eye is...
Yes, there is a tornado warning in Georgia.
Folkston and Homeland, right over the Georgia-Florida border.
Yeah, that tornado warning is for northeastern Charlton County in southeastern Georgia till 6 a.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Homeland or over Folkestone, moving northwest at 25. So this is another tornado warning that is as a result of the outer bands of Idalia coming to shore. And just to give some context, Nathan, of just how much rain influence Idalia has, it's still 60 miles offshore, but its rain influence is just to the south of Warner Robins Air Force Base, which is up by Macon, Georgia. So that just gives an idea of how big its rain influence is. And that's not counting some of the extreme outer bands, still prompting special marine warnings just off the coast of Hilton Head up towards Beaufort and Seabrook Island over in South Carolina.
And it looks like that it is... the eye is gone on infrared.
Ooh. I'll just
Yep.
take a short couple of minutes away from the desk here. I'll be back in a few. And we'll leave it with the Cedar Key webcam right now, which is showing, well, I don't know what it's showing, but a lot of stuff going on there by the looks of things. And I'll pass it over to my team for a few minutes here.
So it looks like that was an 83 knot wind bar. Was that in the east eye wall? No, that was out of the east eye wall. Interesting.
Yeah, we're also seeing that velocity couplets within the eye wall have entirely broken now.
So
Oh, new scan, and now they're back, but it's very finicky right now.
That was a 118. Was that a one? That was a 118 flight level in the eastern eye wall. Looks like with a flight level of 97, or I think, or was that in the? No, that was That was in data that was from 20 minutes ago.
Which set are you looking at currently?
So that's when it was exiting the. That's when it was exiting. Okay. Well, so that's when it was exiting the eye on the east side, and SFMRs were at 98 knots then, with flight levels of 118.
Seems like right now we might have some dry air that is finally getting into the core of Idalia, which is possibly making it weaken a little bit.
It just flew around the center, I think. So it looks like it's confirming what I thought to be true. Maybe. We'll have to find out. Storm Surge has retreated. Storm Surge. And he's going to the high shelter, says Timmer.
So, as our team is discussing what's going on with Recon, we do have Idalia continuing to move towards an eventual landfall, just some distances from major cities where this is impacting. It is 57 miles away from Cedar Key, 43 miles from Steinhatchee, 67 miles from Apalachicola, 79 miles from Tallahassee, and 61 miles from Perry. Perry obviously being the city that we are keeping the most eye on, as this will be getting towards that area in the next 3 to 4 hours. You guys have heard our team mention Keaton Beach. That is where we could see a possible landfall as this does get closer towards that area. Taking a look at the buoy there, it is not updated yet, so still showing 993 millibars. However, winds are gusting 27 knots there at the Keaton Beach buoy at this time. We do have Nathan keeping the Cedar Key webcam up there. Cedar Key right now taking another little rain band as it does come through that area. We do have one tornado warning going on in Georgia, well away from the center of Idalia. That tornado warning is for Homeland and Folkestone in Georgia at this time. That again, for that area, that is Charlton County. That is going to expire at the top of the hour. And at the top of the hour, the National Hurricane Center will release their next hourly update. Hopefully, depending on what they find and what Recon is hinting at, perhaps we maybe see Idalia weaken on the next update.
I'm going to say, based on the newest Recon data, it might be because the Northeast Quadrant a couple passes ago was killer, and now it's only giving me 89 SFMR. We might be seeing, I think Recon is confirming eye wall replacement cycle is starting.
Might be the case.
The only question is, we'll be able to fix that eye up before it makes landfall. It could be dicey.
We just saw a little video there on some of the roads near Cedar Key. Let's see if we can take a look again at some of the traffic cameras in the region. We'll get that up in a minute. Just taking a look to see which areas look interesting right now, if any. I believe we're also joined by Chris at this point. Hi there. Early in the morning. That's why you have to be quiet, right?
I've just been staying up paying attention to this for the last, I don't know, 6 hours or so. I have class in the morning. I don't know why I'm up.
Oh man. This is Cross City right now, once again. And conditions pretty poor there. And wind's getting up as well. That camera shaking a little bit. So, potentially this storm might be beginning an eye wall replacement cycle. Just for the sake of record keeping, could this storm avoid a Category 4 landfall and not be the most strongest storm to make landfall in this region and actually tie with the 1896 hurricane, still a very long time ago, that made landfall at 125 miles per hour?
Well, Tallahassee has said no major has ever made landfall in the Appalachia Bay. So regardless, it's still going to be a historic record-making storm. East Iowa Sound at 9:53 in that eye wall with 105 knot winds.
Okay.
So maybe not eye wall replacement cycle after seeing that sound, but that was on its way out, and then the eye wall had a hiccup. So looks like the eye wall is making a comeback now.
Well, it still looks to me as though it might be on its last legs.
The storm has been very confusing on radar for a minute.
From what I'm seeing, it's trying to make a comeback, that inner eye wall, so maybe it's not doing an eye wall replacement cycle.
It's teetering on the edge of doing one by the looks of things.
It's been eye wall replacement cycle prone for hours now. It's been prone to do one. It's not done one, though.
I have a question.
Hi there, Chris.
When there's a eye wall replacement cycle going on, what are the signs of being shown that there is going on?
Replacement cycle temporarily weakens the storm, but it expands the wind field, meaning more people will get affected.
Okay. So it makes the storm
Larger,
like you said, makes it weaker,
but
at the same.
It makes it temporarily weaker, but then it will go up in strength or later on. But this is going to go into land, so
I'm going to be completely honest,
but it will expand the wind field.
Oh, there goes my phone, motherfucker.
Thank you. You are live on the air.
You are on the air. It's okay, I dropped an F-bomb earlier. Blooper reel. It looks like, though, that the eye is trying to make the comeback on radar. Trying to see.
I'm intrigued to see as to whether or not, if the eye does finish reforming, or it does form back, that it will continue shrinking. Over the last 3 hours or so, it's shrunk about 2 to 3 miles.
Here's both storms right now. Yes, there are two major storms that we're tracking. On the left, the monstrous Typhoon Seola, which is still a Category 5, entering the South China Sea and continuing west-northwestwards. And Hurricane Idalia, which is getting very close to landfall. When you look at that satellite imagery, when we have it really zoomed up on our radar, it's, you know, it can be difficult to get the big picture. But when we look back over the last few hours, just look at how close it's getting now.
As of current, the center of the eye is about 40 miles away from Steinhatchee, Florida.
Pressure
Very close.
may have risen to 944, but I'm gonna wait until the recon comes in. That was much um,
We're looking at infrared imagery right now as well of the storm's current movement northeastwards. Got any questions for us? Start your message with Force 13 all in text. There's a still image of me. I'm supposed to be showing up as a proper camera. Okay, there we go. And please support our stream and share it far and wide, because we are covering this until the landfall at least, and possibly a little bit more than that, as we continue to track Hurricane Idalia. We're getting pretty close to the end game with regards to this landfall, this initial landfall. Of course, it's not over after landfall. Hurricane warnings are in effect along the eastern coast of Georgia.
942.1 exfoliated pressure in the center. Going to wait for the sonde, but that would tend to be a... Oh, it looks like they did not do a sonde when they went through the eastern eye wall earlier. They did not do an eye sonde, so this one definitely was the eye sonde. And it looks like that we're going to...
Doing a calculation right now. We just switch the radar off a minute. The storm's center is 34 miles off the coast. In fact, nope, 32 miles off the coast at its closest point, which is around here. Where exactly is that? 32 miles from that location, which is all marshland. But from Steinhatchee, which is up here, that's 38 miles. Its movement is, if we just switch radar back on, well, there's its movement. So sort of that way, pretty much exactly northeast at the current trajectory. And that would take it 34 miles to its landfall point right there. And that would be somewhere along a very... You know what? If landfall occurs there, that's actually about halfway between Steinhatchee and Keaton Beach. So, and it's all almost wilderness there. It's a wildlife management area.
Yeah, that's the Iconfino River State Park.
That
So
Fish Creek.
it may be the case. I mean, I'm ever the optimist. May be the case that these very strongest winds occur where populations are very near zero, but we'll see.
Then inland from that, you have in a line, you have Hampton Springs, Perry, Athena, Salem, Tenno. So those are up next, but they won't be as affected by the storm surges closer to the coast. That's where Fish Creek, Steinhatchee, Horseshoe Beach, down to Cedar Key, those are all on high alert.
Not sure what the Hurricane Hunter plane is doing.
Anyway, we'll have an update from the National Hurricane Center now. 6 a.m. advisory. Catastrophic storm surge and destructive winds expected in the Florida Big Bend region this morning as of 6 a.m.
Pressure has
Data
risen.
from an Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicate that Idalia has maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour with higher gusts. The estimated minimum pressure is 942. Within the past hour, a Seaman station on Cedar Key measured sustained winds of 41 miles per hour with a gust of 47. A weather flow station at Appalachia Bay measured a sustained wind of 41 with a gust of 51. So right now, 130 miles per hour with a pressure of 942. This is Force 13 Live, 6 a.m. and Hurricane Idalia is getting very close to making landfall, about 34 miles. And given its movement of, well, they're saying 17 miles per hour right now, that's exactly 2 hours until landfall. So pretty much 8 a.m. on the dot is what we're looking at the moment for a potential landfall time.
Oh, yeah, the southeast side SFMRs are not really the greatest anymore. So, but I mean, yeah, it's not really the best anymore. That east side has been struggling here over the last few minutes. Flight levels have been at fine. They've just not really been transferring. Flight level is kind of recovered. It's just not really been transferring down. Highest flight level was 113 and the highest SFMR 76.
Here's some views from Steinhatchee in the last few hours, last few minutes possibly, I'm not sure. I believe the power there is still out. It went out, and there's some light down at the bottom from maybe a recovery vehicle examining the scene. And those were the conditions a few moments ago at Steinhatchee, which is without power. Cedar Key, I believe, is without power as well. But we do still have that webcam over there where we can take a look at the current conditions. Here it is right now in Cedar Key. We can't see the waves where they are at this point, but no doubt a storm surge will be occurring in that location. Landfall expected pretty soon from this very dangerous Category 4 hurricane. 130 mile per hour sustained winds. And landfall expected in the next 2 hours. Start your message with Force 13 if you've got any comments or questions for us. And we do have a few comments. Christopher says, water is now crashing over the Howard Franklin Bridge, the northbound side of I-275 into Tampa. And any new hot towers in Hurricane Idalia, question mark.
Looks like a lot of new hot towers actually have been firing up.
I'm going to try and find Interstate 275 and see what it looks like over there then. And just trying to get the right spot. Ooh. Yep, here's the view right now in Tampa Bay on Interstate 275. Or, well, it was. It's now a river by the looks of things. There's water crashing over there onto the road, and there's vehicles coming by. Looks like the northeast bound is impassable. The southwest bound is still passable with cars going by there, but look at those conditions. Storm surge piling on, and this is still in Tampa Bay, so Dangerous conditions occurring along here. This is Interstate 275. One of the carriageways is now part of the Gulf of Mexico by the looks of things.
Not really any changes to that.
Some more comments then. Just looking. Son Kim said, will Gert reform and could Seola get to the Tonkin Gulf? That's a good question about Seola. Possible, but we're really not sure at this point. Jackson wants to know when is the next tropical weather bulletin. I mean, we've not been able to do any because we've been on the air. I don't know when that might be.
We're not sure. Whenever this wants to stop doing this mess, then we can do a tropical weather bulletin. But until then, we're not going to be really able to do one.
Look at this. Windy and just this storm surge crashing over Interstate 275 near Tampa.
I just gotta do something real quick.
And as a matter of fact, we can actually see a little bit more again at Cedar Key. I don't know whether the rain has stopped a little bit there, but you can see the view looking out. To be honest, it looks pretty calm. They're just on the edge of what is actually the outer eye wall, if you want to call it that. And I'm still not really seeing much on that surge. But it clearly is happening. And from what we can see on that Tampa Bay Bridge.
Some people. And
We can also show you the view on SR60 as well. Well, I was about to get that to you. Let's try again. I don't think that's allowing me.
so it looks like that the only way.
This is SR60 right now. The surge is starting to overlap the roadway, heading towards Tampa, I think.
That Idalia is near its peak on Ticos.
Oh, right,
yeah. Also on Ticos, because when it gets to the 1 hour to landfall, that will be the maximum points. I just was going based off of the 5 a.m. advisory, no changes to really anything else on there, so basically once it gets an hour to landfall, that's going to be your peak score, whatever I post.
This is the Courtney Campbell Causeway, looking westwards across Tampa Bay. And that surge building in there as well. That's actually the most, if you want to say, inland of the 3 bridges. So let's see if we can have a look at US 92. I don't know if we've got that.
The eye is trying to come back.
We don't have US 92, but it looks like one of the carriageways might be closed off.
It's trying to make a comeback.
Yep. Interesting. Look at that. And is that an extreme wind warning that's just been issued? It looks like it is. Here we go. An extreme wind warning has now been issued for the coast of Florida. We'll bring the details to you on that in just a moment, as soon as we can.
Not getting it on my radar screen.
It is an extreme wind warning, and it has just been issued. We're going to try and get some more details as soon as we can on that. In effect until 8:15 a.m.
Extreme warning has been issued for Athena, Salem, Tanil, Steinhatchee, Deckle Beach, and Horseshoe Beach.
So there we are, extreme wind warning. They're only issued in very powerful hurricanes before they make landfall. In effect for those counties very close to where the storm's about to make landfall. And we'll get more
That
details
is
on that in a moment.
Just Taylor County, I believe. No, there's another county there. Whatever county Horseshoe Beach is in. Horseshoe Beach. It's in Dixie County, so it's for parts of Taylor and Dixie County.
I hope this stream is finding you well, and hope that you're finding it useful. Please feel free to share and support our coverage here. We've been working very hard since yesterday evening and continuing all the way up until landfall and beyond here. What you're looking at right now is Interstate 275 in Tampa Bay, which looks like the northeastward route towards Tampa is completely flooded with storm surge. And if you missed it earlier, this was the National Hurricane Center's 5 a.m. cone, which shows what we're expecting. Landfall within 3 hours, which is now 2 hours. And after that, the storm will start weakening. Hurricane warnings posted along the coast of Georgia and South Carolina. Expecting hurricane conditions there now.
There are chasers there that are in that extreme wind warning, including Brandon Kopic. There's a bunch of people setting up over in Perry, which is a bit inland away from the water, but still they feel is going to be enough where it will probably see the eye wall of Idalia. There is a huge group of chasers here. There's so many dots, I can't even count them all.
This is Perry right now.
There is at least, I'd say, 30, maybe 40 chasers alone in Perry.
Well, there's the current view. And very wet there. A bit blowy, but I don't think we're seeing particularly strong winds at that location yet.
There is still a tornado warning for another 15 minutes for DeSoto, Hardy, Highlands, and Polk counties. A lot of flash flood warnings.
Winds are still going up a bit here at Cedar Key, but the surge is still a little bit out there. So I'm not seeing anything major for surge there yet, but we've seen other cameras that paint a different story. Let's take a look once again at Cross City right now. There's Cross City with water blowing across the road there. And serious implications arriving shortly. Louis Avery says, thank you. Thank you for watching. Just starting to get light in Cedar Key, maybe 40-mile-per-hour winds and heavy rain here, poor communication as well. Blimey, I'm surprised you're able to contact us from there at the moment. But thanks for tuning in. Hopefully hopefully this finds you safe and well. Louis Avery in Cedar Key.
I'm guessing they're probably with the storm chasers.
Hurricane Altony Bronze says, will we still do regular updates even after Idalia makes landfall in Florida? Of course. That's probably what we'll switch to when we finish our live coverage. And did we manage to answer the question, is Idalia having an eyewall replacement cycle yet?
Unknown.
Unknown.
So it looks like it's trying to come back. Yeah, St. Pete is underwater.
Is it?
Yep. Or at least that's what I see from an image in the chat.
But where?
North Atlantic chat. Somewhere along the water. I mean, 4 to 6 feet of surge is expected, and the entire roadway is covered in looks like a couple of inches, maybe a foot of water.
Just having a look at some of these webcams in that area, but can't see much.
Oh, that's what they're doing. I was like, what are the hurricane hunters doing? They're going southeast and northwest. That's what they're doing. Which looks like that makes sense.
Yeah, they're not going to get many more passes.
What?
Now, granted, a lot of those cameras aren't near the coast on the
Allegedly,
cams, but I'm not seeing much flooding.
is already happening in Cedar Key.
How much?
If that 8 feet, if that's the case, then I need to then so many places need to be underwater.
Right.
Let me take a look at Reed's stream. Oh, they're on Brandon Kopic.
Here's another view on Interstate 275 right now, and you can see the extent of that surge that's really rushing in onto that northeastbound carriageway, which is impassable at this point.
The Cedar Key website said at 5:26 we lost access to the network and the camera. So, ooh.
Really? We still have this Cedar Key camera that's running.
This. Which camera? Oh. That's the one. Why am I not able to see that? Oh, it's probably the website I was using, but that's still going.
Well, at least I think so, unless this is outdated, but it's been up to date the whole time until now, so.
The power's out there, I can tell. I'm looking at the remote cam on the Severe Studios. But I don't know if their thing is out of date either. Trying to see what Recon's doing. I know there's supposed to be a NOAA plane that should have took it off, but I'm not sure if it did. I've not really been paying attention if that NOAA aircraft has taken off. It looks like, unless they're leaving over an hour and a half late. I know this recon was late. It left about 30 minutes late. unless this NOAA aircraft is going to leave, then I don't know. They
This is
may have
Perry right
canceled
now.
it.
A few comments here. Is Idalia strengthening? I think it's holding right now. And what would have happened if Cat 5 Irma struck Puerto Rico, then 2 weeks later Maria struck Puerto Rico again? Well, it'd be a lot worse than what it was, my goodness. It was pretty bad as it was. Now once again is the radar showing Idalia and the extreme wind warning that is in effect there. We didn't actually get the full readout of that extreme wind warning, so let's see if we can go ahead and do that now.
I did read that out.
A
Unless
little
there was
bit.
another one that got issued.
No, you read bits of it out. But an extreme wind warning, we may as well reiterate everything. An extreme wind warning is in effect for western Dixie County and southern Taylor counties in the Big Bend of Florida until 9:15 a.m. I said 8:15 earlier, it's 9:15. At 6:08, Doppler radar indicated extreme winds associated with the eye wall of Hurricane Idalia. We're moving onshore 34 miles southwest of Steinhatchee, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Locations impacted include Steinhatchee, Horseshoe Point, Horseshoe Beach, Tenerville, Fish Creek, Jug Island, Howell Place, Clara, Carver, Gina, Adams Beach, Deckle Beach, Jonesboro, Jack Lee Island, Keaton Beach, Bird Island, Salem, Blue Springs, Athena, and Cedar Island. Take cover now. Treat these imminent extreme winds as if a tornado was approaching and move immediately to the safe room in your shelter. Take action now to protect your life. The safest place to be during a major landfalling hurricane is in a reinforced interior room away from windows. Get under a table or other piece of sturdy furniture. Use mattresses, blankets, or pillows to cover your head and body. Remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions. And a tornado watch remains in effect until 3 p.m. for Big Bend, Florida. Force 13's live coverage of Hurricane Idalia, which has illustrated once again, I'm afraid, the eye curse with these storms, and a very dangerous impact is on the way. Here's some other footage from storm surge near Cedar Key. It's quite hard to see anything properly there, but a significant surge event is ongoing with up to 16 feet possible along some of these coastlines. Landfall is getting very close at hand. Let's see if we can now get a position. And 26 miles, that's one marathon away from landfall. Also, I've just seen here on the wires an update regarding water levels presently at Cedar Key. There it is. It's under what they describe as moderate flooding from NOAA. This is Cedar Key, station 8727520.
Moderate flooding.
Nearly 5 feet.
5 feet.
So that's the situation that we've got right now. Some comments here. Louis Avery, thanks for being in the chat with us right now. They're in Cedar Key and saying, first of all, the US Air Force is flying around in circles over the storm as shown on flight radar, and also that their mango tree just came down.
Oh no.
Sixth Sense Amelia says, when is it high tide in the landfall area? Well, we saw those tides there, well, the predictions. We had one earlier, and it looks like we're going to have a high tide at about early
PM, I
afternoon.
believe.
Early
Yeah.
afternoon.
I know the banding is being interesting. That's not necessarily an outer eye wall forming, though it looks like it. It's still got that eye, and it closed back off, even if it's not that strong.
Hmm.
Do wonder what the hurricane hunters are doing.
Well, we're waiting for first light in a lot of these locations, and we will get it fairly soon.
Eye is starting to clear out again on the infrared. As it approaches the coastline.
Let's look once again at the view near Tampa. Interstate 275 from St. Petersburg into Tampa is flooded out. And I'm trying to get that video to you, and it's not working at the moment. Nope, that's out of commission right now. What we do have, though, is another view of the same area. This is also on that road, and just look at it. Surge easily overlapping onto the roadway and impassable, and I imagine pretty soon the other carriageway will also be impassable. Looks like it's still passable at the moment, but it is empty. I'm just wondering if the authorities may have closed it now anyway. So, dangerous conditions, as you can clearly see here. With strong winds, storm force winds.
When did
Yes.
this come in? Eyedrop sun came in from around 9:48. So that's when they were going around and all that stuff. Okay, I see. A 9:46 with a 24-knot wind. So pressure has risen yet again.
Okay.
Idalia up to 944 on the Sond. On this newest Sond.
Okay, well, we're just watching that there. And radar, once again. Now, it is Tallahassee radar that we're looking at, so it's the far side, but it does look pretty flaky now on that southeast side.
Looks like Recon is making a pass on the eastern eye wall. It looks like they are doing another pass.
I want to see what they got to say about the southeast, because it might just be this radar, but it looks like it's...
Southeast was pretty weak when they went in there earlier and got this this eye sonde, and then when they got out of it, they were going to go north, and it looked like they were going to set up an east pass or a northeast pass, or it looked like they were going to go up north, and then they looped for a minute around Cedar Key, and now they're going into the east, on the east side of the storm.
Okay.
Yeah, they've been doing these passes for a while. I mean, they've been going at
Yeah.
it since it was about
Oh, absolutely.
around the Tarpon Springs Hudson Holiday area, which is just to the north of Tampa and Clearwater. And now we're all the way up here in the Big Bend, heading towards the Appalachie Bay.
Cross City right now looking like this, and Cedar Key, that camera's still going as well. Louis Avery says, has the worst passed through Cedar Key now? I don't know.
Not surge-wise.
No.
Wind-wise, you're definitely going to keep gusting for a while, and you're obviously going to get rain, so keep hunkering down in Cedar Key. It looks like on the radar, at least from what I saw from that, let me bring up my GR2. It looks like the eye wall might be opening up again on the east side.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
So it might be doing another hiccup.
A hiccup. Here's the view from Perry right now. Looks like steady rainfall. Doesn't look like there's any really strong winds yet. A little bit blowy there. The colours are changing quite a bit. I don't know what happened there. Maybe that was some lightning. But we've got lots of blue viewpoints to be looking at here. Let's see if we can get some more comments and questions. What do we think of the odds it recurves back into Florida like Ivan? Oh dear. Well,
Come on.
it's still not impossible. It would be very weak if it did that. Beef Plays says it's going very hard our rain now in Langitan Abra in the Philippines. Seems like Ciola doesn't want to go away yet in our area. If you're wondering what they're talking about, there are two storms active. Two major storms that both probably deserve significant coverage in their own right. Idalia there on the right hand side, of course. And look at that beast on the left, Typhoon Ciola, a Category 5. Category 5 in the Western Pacific into the South China Sea.
I didn't really like its last microwave, but after seeing the recent Dvorak, it's definitely still a Cat 5. The issue is, I don't know exactly how much of a Cat 5 it is. I don't know the exact strength. I would go with it, but it's definitely still a Cat 5, and if it can get another hour and a half... wait, when did we go Cat 5? Oh, someone's telling me that's Idalia starting to feel land friction.
Maybe.
That might be why.
Maybe,
And-
I'm not sure. Oh yeah, look at this radar right now. It looks like it's really starting to open up.
Ooh, microwave came in on Idalia. Let me take a look at this, actually. Let me take a look at this. And, ooh,
21 miles to go.
E.
What are you saying there?
Yeah, this microwave is This microwave is looking kind of rough.
In what way?
In the way of a Cat 4 should not be looking like that.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. And I have just put it in
Oh, you're
North
sharing it?
Atlantic, and now I'm going to put it in the live output.
Okay, let's have a look at this right now. Microwave imagery. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Oh dear.
It's looking kind of rough, and that was from an hour ago. That was the microwave. That was the microwave I was waiting on, and I was hoping it was gonna, with the recon, it was gonna make it look, very nice and pretty.
Sure is.
But with the eye wall over the last 90 minutes or so, it's kind of the opposite.
Start your message with Force 13 all in text. We remain live, and we also have a phone in on our Discord server if you want to join in. It's been a bit quiet on that front though. I know there's, a lot of people are resting up, I imagine, during at this point in time.
Unless Recon finds otherwise, I find no reason to believe that it's still a Cat.
That's crazy. But a little bit of slight positive news, but it is still going to be an extremely powerful storm here. I'm just trying to link us up with social media again. So 21 miles from shore is the news that we've got right now. And that is 6:38 a.m. Let's see if we've got any more comments right now. There's been a few, I think. So,
Uh-oh.
How long until Idalia makes landfall? Within 2 hours, 1.5 hours probably. If it's speed of 17 miles per hour and it's 21 miles away, simple arithmetic there, it's just over 1 hour. But maybe going a little bit faster than that, so it could be before 8 a.m. Falco Lombardi says, eye wall replacement cycle going on, possibly. Yeah, it might be about to begin one. But this
Pressure is continuing to rise.
Given how active this August has been, does it mean that it could be a scary sight in September for all areas in the Atlantic, even typically Nino-affected areas that are impacted by shear? I don't know. It could end up being a season that's stacked towards August, but more than likely we will see more activity in September. Having said that, I don't know what the long-range models might be saying now, but I know a little while ago when we were looking at the future of this storm, they were saying that it would be quite quiet in the first 2 weeks of September in the Atlantic. Looks like things are getting pretty serious in Perry right now, or at least they're getting a major shower. Here's a live view. Perry, which is in that it's not actually in the extreme wind warning, it's just outside of it to the northeast, but Very poor conditions there. And let's see if we can check back in with Cedar Key, which is still running.
They're probably going to maintain exfoliated pressure 945.8.
Okay. Live view from Cedar Key, and we're also looking at a live view from Perry. With the worst of the storm very much arriving. It's now within 21 miles of landfall. And let's see if we can get another little update. We're now 19 miles from landfall. So the time is coming very, very quickly here. Anything you want to add there, Joey? Joey. Bloody hell. Jonesy. I suppose not. So we're really looking towards this landfall, which is becoming imminent at this point. A very dangerous storm, getting very close to landfall now. 19 miles to go. National Hurricane Center are updating every hour, and we'll have more information from them soon. Has Idalia completed its eyewall replacement cycle? A question there. Well,
I
it's
don't
not
even
started
know.
one.
I don't even know if it's even started one.
I think it may well be starting one here. Let's just switch radar and see how that southeast side looks from Tampa, I suppose. Or this one. Yeah, it can be quite temperamental sometimes. Will the radar load?
It's only the north side on the Tampa radar that exists for the eye. The Tallahassee is a west and north side, so that's
Really?
opened up.
Right.
That's opened up.
Well, since we can't get that radar, we'll go
WSB3
back
is
to
opened up.
Tallahassee. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Oh, look at that. That's an eyewall replacement cycle, surely.
that's gotta be an eyeball replacement.
Well, I'd say that in Cedar Key, the worst of the winds look like they've gone by now, or about to, or probably have just peaked. But the worst storm surge may still be on the way.
Yeah.
It's starting to get light at Cedar Key. Here's the view as we start to get that light coming in. And that's what it's looking like with those waves. honestly, it looks quite similar to what it looked like yesterday evening. But that is Cedar Key at this moment in time. And we're looking out for some other locations to see how they're looking. Looks like it might be starting to get light in Cross City as well. Only a little bit. But this is Cedar Key right now, 6:45 a.m. Starting to get light. Send in comments and questions on our stream live, on our YouTube chat.
Velocity data
Starting as with
is
Force 13.
indicating that the outer eye wall is starting to strengthen and the inner one is weakening, but the inner one is not going to collapse before landfall, and you could still get extreme winds in Steinhatchee and Perry.
Let's look at the camera in Perry once again. Here we are. And still getting strong conditions. Although not majorly so really at this point. Be interesting to see what the National Hurricane Center say on their update. They won't be in a hurry to do any downgrades because they're obviously going to err on the side of caution. But we are counting down the miles to landfall, and we have some new, obviously we're getting new radar imagery all the time, and as far as we can establish, the center of the eye is now just 15 miles from land. 15 miles from landfall, so it looks like it's really making a run for this right now, with landfall probably in about half an hour, I would suggest now, 7:30 probably. And looking back at the radar, where we managed to establish that 15-mile mark. If we just draw that point from where the center is, probably here, to the closest point of land, about 15 miles from a tiny island there. Let me figure out what island that is. And where exactly we're looking at. I think that one is... I actually don't know. I don't know the name of that island. But it is wilderness, so...
I saw a video now that came from Jim Cantori's last live shot at the Weather Channel. And it looks like a one-story home that's been boarded up, but it looks like water at Cedar Key is a third of the way up that house's doorway, going towards 2/5, so 40%. So it is just rushing into Cedar Key.
Plenty of scenes like this along the coast of Florida this early morning as storm surge pounds the coast up to 15 feet possible. And here's another view right now. I think that's Cedar Key. I believe it is. Not too long ago, and storm surge quite clear to be seen there, already into a few feet there. So, dangerous conditions spreading as this storm continues to get closer and closer towards making this very powerful landfall. Category 4, 130 mile per hour winds. We await the National Hurricane Center's next update. Hourly updates from the National Hurricane Center, and we'll have news from that very soon.
Yeah, so this is going to be, if it had more time over water, this would be going from a small pinhole to a giant eye. Thing is that that eye wall is not, the inner eye wall is not going to collapse before we get to landfall. It's not going to be able to combine with that outer eye wall, so that inner one is what we're going to have to watch for the landfall point.
Early morning in Cedar Key. There's a live view now. Still pretty windy, but I don't know about what the properties of this camera, because as far as I can see, those waves haven't changed at all since yesterday at this location. But it is near Cedar Key. They're getting the winds. It's obviously in that area, but I haven't seen much flooding in. But obviously from the other videos that we've been seeing, it certainly is happening.
Yeah, well, this is what I've seen come out of Cedar Key. I just took a screenshot of the Jim Cantori live shot, so you can see what I'm talking about with that door on that building in the live output.
Let's have a look.
That's a one-story building in
Okay.
Cedar Key, and you can see how far up that is on that door and going towards the window.
That must be a good 2 or 3 feet at this point.
A little more than that. That one, that actually, I don't know
I
how.
can see the door handle. It's not very high
yeah.
there yet.
Yeah, that's fair.
But nonetheless, it is still surge, and that will be one home that's, assuming that is a home, inundated with water. Back to our live view from Perry right now, and you can see, well, before it stopped streaming there for a minute, we'll try and get that back. But starting to get light in a lot of these locations, and I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more throughout the course of today. Let's check back in at Cross City. Here's the live view, and it's looking windy there right now. Yep, camera's shaking quite a bit at this location. Unfortunately, there's very few cameras near the center of the storm at this time. And ones that are there, a lot of them are without power. Latest position estimate then, just before the top of the hour update from NHC. Look at that, 12 miles. This is really booking it right now.
Oh, did the update just come out?
No, but from our estimates here, 12 miles from landfall. So the time for landfall is rapidly getting closer. It could be before 7:30 now. Let's see if we can get a view at first light in Tampa, the Tampa area, where we had some substantial flooding on Interstate 275. Let's see if we can take a look at that.
There's a new tornado warning as well.
Tornado warning?
Yeah, down in the Ocala area.
I see it, yep. So a new tornado warning, including Ocala right now.
Did that wash away part? Is that part of that roadway washed away? Am I seeing that right?
I think that's just inundation there.
Okay, never mind. No, it looks like it might be washed away now that it's daytime because you can kind of see like a ridge in the roadway.
No, I think that's
I
just
don't know
a
though.
debris line.
Maybe it is a debris line. There are.
There's a tornado warning right now over Ocala.
There's people heading across the bridge. Yeah, there's the tornado warning.
And another view on that bridge as well. Here it is. Interstate 275, impassable, heading northeastwards. And there is still traffic coming the other way.
We are starting to
just turned to color.
We are starting to get into the oranges and reds in Florida. 88,000 people without power. Wakulla County has 8,900 customers without power. That county has 17,000 people with it in that customers in that. Jefferson County is 377, but that goes all the way from the Gulf up to the border of one of the states that it's with. I'm not sure. 8,600.
All right. Leaving it with this view for a moment here, looking at Interstate 275. One side completely flooded out, the other side still with traffic. Crazy. NEC will update anytime.
Jefferson County is at 35, or sorry, Taylor County is at 3,500 customers without power, 13,000 in that county. Lafayette County is at 1,300 without power, 4,400 customers in that county total. Dixie is at 2,500 with 10,000 customers in that county. Levy County, home of Cedar Key, 4,700 are without power with 24,000 there in that county. Citrus County has 4,600 without power. Hernando only 249. Pasco's up to 3,800. Pinellas is at 19,000 without power. That's got 567,000 people in it. Hillsborough County's only got 2,500 out. Manatee's got 3,000 out, and Sarasota's at 7,000 out. Leon's at 4,700 out. Franklin at 300 out. Columbia, which is inland, has 2,400 out. Gilchrist has 500 customers out. Alachua has 3,000 out. Marion has 3,000 out, and Madison's at 120.
We're awaiting the 7 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center.
Looks like even though it's not visible on the DVZs, the northeastern eye wall still exists, and there is radar velocities of 130 mph on that. And the Cedar Key morning cam, the remote cam, the water is over the railing, and that Cadillac and Buick that was on their camera is gone.
Uh-huh.
It got washed away.
Update from the National Hurricane Center. They have put it down to 125 miles per hour, Category 3, but it is still very powerful. Catastrophic storm surge and destructive winds occurring. There's a still image of me in mid-flow there. Occurring in the Florida Big Bend region. 7 a.m. position update. Radar and Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicate that an eyewall replacement cycle has begun. Idalia's maximum sustained winds are now estimated near 125 miles per hour with higher gusts. This change in wind speed does not diminish the threat of catastrophic storm surge and damaging winds, of course. I just hope people know that. You know, that all some people will see is a 4 down to a 3. That means everything's okay. Not really. Estimated minimum pressure is 947. And within the past hour, a Seaman station on Cedar Key measured sustained winds of 47 miles per hour with a gust of 55, and a weather flow station at Appalachia Bay measured a sustained wind of 43 miles per hour with a gust of 55. A Florida Coastal Monitoring Program tower near Lake City recently recorded a wind gust of 51 miles per hour. And a NOAA National Ocean Service tide gauge at Cedar Key recently reported a water level of 5.2 feet above mean high water, which is an approximation of inundation in that area, 5.2 feet. So 125 miles per hour, 947 millibars on this storm right now. So Category 3, but still a very powerful and dangerous storm, very close to landfall. $125, $947.
So this is not going to get posted in the T-Coast channel because I am going to fix it with the current fix. But the official peak score was at a 114, with Idalia being a Cat 4, 130 miles an hour, pressure of 944 at the time of its peak score. Regardless,
11 miles from landfall is the latest. And those noises mean that my camera's been messing up again, but that's alright. Our live coverage continues until at least the landfall of this storm, which is going to occur very quickly by the looks of things, within the next hour, possibly even within half an hour. Only 11 miles to go until that landfall, and it is starting an eyewall replacement cycle, and that may, do you think it might hasten the storm's weakening after landfall now?
I mean, we'll see if we get a brown ocean effect or not.
Well, that doesn't really apply to Category 3s. But I suppose I get your point. It is very marshland round there.
Time to update the rest of the T-Coast because it is 11Z, so it is time to do the traditional fix. So I'm going to go quiet.
So this is Force 13's live coverage, and you want to bear with us a little bit at times because information is a little bit sketchy at times, but we're trying to, and I'm trying to update all of the graphics at the same time too. But if you've just joined us, still a very powerful storm. It peaked earlier with winds of 130 miles per hour. It's now 125. It's still an extremely dangerous Category 3 hurricane. And we've also got in the Western Pacific Typhoon Saola, which is active as well. So we have a double feature today, as has been the case for this whole period. We've really been missing out on Saola because we've had to do all this Idalia coverage, but it is an extremely powerful Category 5 over there in the South China Sea.
It looks
lost daylight
like
there as well.
It looks like that the National Hurricane Center is seeing that inner core, and based on their positioning update, the National Hurricane Center, it looks like, because they have said it's going under an eyewall replacement cycle, it looks like that inner core is what would be at the center of the new eye when the eye wall replacement cycle finishes. And based on the coordinates that they give, about 15, just 14 miles from its closest point. So probably in this hour, maybe 8 a.m., we will see the landfall.
Absolutely. Let's take a look once again at the Cedar Key webcam right now. Just trying to get there. Live shot of the conditions there, with obviously inclement weather. And let's take another look in a minute when we get the chance at the Howard Franklin Bridge, or just further up on Interstate 275. We're just about to take a look at that. Here's a live view in Tampa of that Interstate 275 near the northeastern end of that crossing, with the storm surge rolling in on the northeast bound carriageway, which is obviously closed. But southwestward bound is still passable, and vehicles are taking the risk.
There is at the Franklin low. Wind crowds. I'm gonna keep it at 2. That Franklin is down to 110 miles an hour, so that's 12 population. I think I gotta get the GFS back up. I think that's still.
Latest information is that Idalia is now 10 miles from the coast, so it's our 10-mile countdown at this point. And of course it's now down to 125 miles per hour and a pressure of 947 millibars. Means nothing so close to landfall that this storm has weakened a little bit. It is still very powerful, dangerous, and will cause potentially catastrophic storm surge in some of these communities from Cedar Key northwards through Horseshoe Beach, Steinhatchee. Where else were we looking at? Keaton Beach. Not much else for us to say at this moment in time as we watch that surge building in on that road in Tampa Bay. Well, now we're back to the latest radar imagery showing you just how close that storm is getting. That big blue outline is a extreme wind warning that's in effect until 9:15, where we could see those really strongest winds affecting that area. Now, you were looking at the Interstate 275 earlier. This is Florida State Route 60, which is just north of there. And honestly, it looks worse here, to be honest. Certainly windier. Here's a view. It's like an earthquake right now up on this mounted camera as you watch all of that surge rolling in again, reaching that road. No traffic on there, so I wonder if that one might be closed fully. But dangerous conditions, it would appear, on that camera. Nope, there is someone coming up, actually. So this road is still open. And you'll see this vehicle enter the shot in a moment. But as you can see, waves washing up there onto the road at times. And this is a scene that's quite common around the whole western coast of Florida at this time. A few brave souls venturing out this morning. That's actually a truck along these crossings in Tampa Bay. There's the National Hurricane Center's 5 a.m. advisory. They'll have a position update, at least marked on the chart, at 8 a.m. on their intermediate advisory. Let's see if we can see what it looks like by day now in some of the areas further north, near where the landfall is going to occur. And,
Horseshoe Beach, it's coming rushing in, the water.
Actually, I think we've lost a bunch of cameras here, I'm afraid. We've lost cross-city cameras at the moment, but we do have a shot right now from Perry. Here's Perry right now, and you can see still not much has changed, although compared to those other cameras, it's much darker here. And this is live. This is 7:11 a.m. And there's a few vehicles on the right-hand side coming up. This is just outside the extreme wind warning, and these are the closest cameras we'll have to the closest road cameras that we'll have to the landfall zone. Let's see if we can get Dimitri on the line. Hello?
Good morning,
Morning.
Patrick Jonesy. Good afternoon, Nathan.
Oh, it is afternoon here, yeah. You're watching this storm about to make landfall.
How you doing?
We're fine. Your observations?
I just woke up, so I haven't really been able to do too much at the moment. But I do know that at this point it is way too late to evacuate at this time.
Oh, yeah.
The best that you can do at this moment, if you are in Western Florida, is to just hunker down, get inside, and obviously just turn around and don't drown. So when I'm noticing on those cameras, people, some actually driving, I'm like, what?
I don't know where they're going.
Like, especially this, I don't know what they're doing either. If it's trying to evacuate or do something about it, I don't, like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
All right. Well, I will just say that based on what I'm seeing from the hurricane hunters, unless they decided to turn around midway into the eye from the southeast, it does look like that it is very, very close to a landfall.
Radar indications now 7 miles from landfall.
It might be less than that. It might be less.
That's
based
radar
on
as of 1 minute ago.
check the live output. This is the Hurricane Hunter plane from the Flight Radar 20 from Flight Radar. I'm not necessarily sure how close that is to Fish Creek, but that is very close.
Honestly, it looks even closer on this radar, and that's 7 miles. So, and Fish Creek is right there by the looks of things. Let's have a look now for this potential landfall area. Trying to find it again on the map here. I'm a bit lost now. Where are we? So yeah, landfall looks like it's going to be
right between Deckle Beach and Fish Creek. Brian M. Finger, who is right there at the shore, he tweeted out and said, "Ears are popping. Pressure's down to 970 at my location." And he is located right in there, right on the shoreline, right in between Deckle Beach and Fish Creek. Sent the tweet to the live output, so there will be a storm chaser that will be at the landfall, and it looks like that on radar it might try to close up right before landfall,
No.
which that eye is trying to close up, trying to abort the eye wall replacements. Like right there, I'm seeing that on the radar.
Oh man.
If it is trying to do that, that's a big help for us trying to figure out the landfall, because then it would be only, like you said, 6 miles away.
We want the storm to die. We don't want to figure out the landfall. If you've just joined us, Idalia 125 miles per hour, 947 millibars. Thanks for tuning in. We hope this finds you safe and well. And if you do find our stream interesting, please share. And hopefully we can inform as many people as possible about this storm and watch along with us on this live coverage. You never know what's going to happen next sometimes, but we are very close to a landfall at this point, about 7 miles, and we expect it to occur, well, probably by, I don't know. The way it was going last hour, it was going to be before past, but I think it may have just slowed down a tad briefly. But we're going to get landfall before 8. That's quite clear, I think. I think that's becoming quite clear. Let's see if we can look at some more satellite imagery, actually. Actually, no, we can't. I don't have up-to-date satellite. Or, actually, I do, yes. We've got first visibles just about to appear. And there is, on the right-hand side, the storm with its eye. And we're just about to get visibles there. And it's literally about to make landfall, so... Let's see if we can get Joey on the air with us right now, one of our contributors. Hi Joey, good morning. Good afternoon now. What are your thoughts on Idalia as we wake up here on the US East Coast? And we don't have your output, I'm afraid. But whilst we wait for that, we're just still... I think we've got the cameras at Cross City back, and whenever... Oh no.
I'm gonna keep... Because I know the Westpac chat is gonna just absolutely crucify me if I do lower it. I'm gonna keep it at 165 for seal, though.
We don't have Cross City at the moment, but we still have cameras from Perry, and it looks like things are getting a little bit worse there as well. Here's the live view. Is Joey there now?
I should be.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Hello, good morning.
Alright. Good morning. Yeah, definitely Idalia rapidly intensifying or rapidly intensified. Was I expecting it to be as strong as it is now? I thought it was gonna be a little less than what it was now when I went to bed last night, but here we are, 130 miles an hour. I think that's the latest fix that it has.
The Cedar Key Cadillac is not in the ocean, but it was moved probably about 6 to 8 feet away from its spot by the ocean waters. Yeah, that it definitely got swept away, but not into the ocean. It's still there though.
Hmm.
And yeah, the inner eye wall is making a bit of a comeback right before landfall.
Why? Oh, that was a massive light. Was that a power flash or lightning flash there? I think the power briefly went out then.
I've seen quite a bit of lightning on some of the cameras when I was just waking up and looking at them.
That looked like a power flash.
That was a power flash.
That was crazy. It was so bright. So, dangerous conditions here incoming in Perry right now. We expect landfall within the next, well, it could be a matter of minutes. 7 miles for it to go. And as soon as that happens, we'll let you know. Just going to make another post right now.
Yep, the inner eye wall is making its comeback, and it's making its comeback so much that I'm getting a tornadic vortex signature
Oh no.
as it approaches land. But that's GR2 for you. GR2 is deciding to be silly.
Yeah. I can't type this morning.
And tornado warning for Appling and Wayne counties in Georgia.
Send your questions in live on the air. Start your message with Force 13 all in text if you're watching us on our YouTube stream right now. That camera
We got a
was
new
in
extreme
Perry.
wind warning that's come out
We
because
just had another power flash there as well.
someone has just sent their emergency alert,
Power's
and it
gone,
was
I think, there.
it was posted in the North Atlantic chat. An
Yep,
extreme
thank you.
wind warning is in effect for Perry, Cross City, Mayo, as well as Pinland, Boyd, Day, Cooks, Hammond, Cross City, and Hines. This includes parts of US's 98, 19, 27, as well as Highway 51 in Florida. This is for parts of Taylor, for part of whatever the county that Cross City's in and the county that Mayo and Day's in. I'll let you take over from there.
Thank you. More power flashes, and we're getting indications now that the storm is 6 miles from shore. It might take a little bit longer then, the way it's going this hour. It seems to have slowed down quite a bit. Could be 5 miles actually, but we'll call it 6 conservatively. And looks like the power's gone out again at Perry. It's been in and out there. There's some massive power flashes. 6 miles from landfall with winds of 125 miles per hour and a pressure of 947.
Guys, it's pretty cool here. It's kind of white out. The winds are calm, and then they're blowing at like 30 miles an hour, then they're calm again.
And where are you?
Kind of bipolar. I don't know. I'm somewhere in Perry County. I'm like, hold on. I'm like 10 minutes, like northwest of Perry.
Wow.
Like, I'm just like chilling on the highway right now.
I see. Well, yep, our camera's
Yeah.
there, not far away from that.
Yeah, the inner eye wall has officially rebounded on its way into shoreline, and I'm gonna say because of that, it looks like 7 miles. So it looks like Perry is the outer eye wall. The inner eye wall is still the inner core is right there along the shoreline, though. 6 feet of surge,
We
according to
just got like a
inventory.
70-mile-an-hour gust real quick. That was the strongest wind gust I've had so far. That was a pretty beefy one.
Of course, the way that we use for population is not working great. I'll keep that. And everything else, I'm just gonna keep from last night.
So dangerous conditions spreading inland towards Perry right now, and that's what we're looking at on this camera here as we look at the radar in that inset. Hope things go well for you there, Matthew, and don't get into a sticky situation. I'm sure you're well prepared. But look at this camera right now, things are getting really shaky. The power's gone, it would appear. Doesn't look like it's coming back now. And looks like things are getting pretty dangerous potentially there. Let's see if we can get a latest position estimate. That extreme wind warning was extended inland. It does cover Perry and Mayo. And now our estimated distance from land is 5 miles.
I got the extreme wind warning, or IMBOT. It says the National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued an extreme wind warning for Lafayette County in the Big Bend of Florida, north central Dixie County in the Big Bend of Florida, and northeastern Taylor County in the Big Bend of Florida until 10:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 7:19 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, National Weather Service Doppler radar and surface observations indicate extreme winds associated with the eye wall of Hurricane Idalia. We're moving onshore 15 miles northwest of Steinhatchee, moving northeast at 18 to 20 miles per hour. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Locations impacted include Mayo, Perry, Cross City, Pinland, Cooks Hammock, Shamrock, Chansey, Coton, Boyd, Smith, Buckville, Alton, Mayo Junction, Townsend, Hines, Foley, Perry Foley Airport, Bouchelle Junction, San Pedro Junction, and Day. The safest place to be during a major landfalling hurricane is in a reinforced interior room away from windows. Get under a table or other piece of sturdy furniture. Use mattresses, blankets, or pillows to cover your head and body. Remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions. A tornado watch remains in effect until 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for the Big Bend of Florida.
We're still looking at Perry right now on this live webcam, looking out on the roadways. There's quite a bit of traffic, to be honest, as well in this dangerous storm. Not recommended. And this is at 7:28, so it's about half-minute delay, but it is nearly live. So, serious conditions and an extreme wind warning now for this location. We also saw earlier the storm surge extent in Tampa Bay. The crossings were some of them were inundated with water. We might show that again in a little bit, but for the time being, it's getting pretty real here in Perry. This is live. Send in your comments and questions if you have any for us to read out on the air. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. Please share the stream. Subscribe to our channel for more info and updates throughout the course of this storm. And we'll bring that camera back if we can in just a few moments. Let's go instead to Tampa Bay and see if we can take a look at the extent of the flooding there, because there has been, particularly Interstate 275, and We'll be able to show you a view in a moment. Yes, very windy there as well, actually, despite being quite far away from the storm now. But here are the conditions, and as you can see, northeastbound road there is shut. That's the one on the left, and the road going southwest towards St. Petersburg is still open. But as you can see, lots of inundation ahead there on the left-hand side with the storm surge.
4 miles, maybe 3.5.
Yeah, it could be. Very, very close to this landfall now.
Like Brian M. Finger got it right on the dot. Looks like he is.
Alright, guys. Everyone in my car is going outside, so I'm gonna go outside too.
Don't think
I
that's
got-
a good idea. It looks like it's going to be Keaton
Everyone's
Beach.
having a lot of fun right now.
You did what?
It's blowing about a constant. Everyone's outside right now in my car, except me. They're all just like chilling outside. The winds are about like 30 to 40 miles an hour, sustained. It's not that bad. The trees are blowing, but you know we just got maybe an 80-mile-an-hour gust a few seconds ago, but it's looking good. So I'm gonna disconnect from the call for right now, and I'll be back with the videos in a little bit.
All right, thank you for that. And it looks like on radar the eye might be filling in a little bit. We are now 3 miles from landfall. 3 miles.
Yeah, so let me take a look at your landfall. What you have. Yeah, so it was filling in a little bit. On my whatchamacallit, my radar scope, there was actually a line that kind of went through what would be the center of the eye. So I'm able to tell what the center of the eye kind of is. So that's kind of good for me. But it is definitely filling in 3.5 miles, I'd say. And the landfall point we're looking for obviously being center of the eye.
Where was that tornado? Sorry, you on.
I'm sorry, I was just clearing my throat. Go ahead.
Where was that tornado warning earlier in Georgia?
Oh gosh, it was right on the border apparently with Florida, I think. We got just 2 cameras working now in Perry. Here's one of them. And things are looking pretty quiet there. And let's see if we can take a look at one of the other cameras in that location. Perry under an extreme wind warning, don't forget. Let's see if we can have a look at the other camera that's still available. There it is. Roads are clear here. US 19/98 at Ash Street. I believe we're now joined by Isaac, and you're showing us another viewpoint. You there? I'm not able to hear him at this point. Or unless he's just showing us the stuff without chatting. But there is a view there. Steinhatchee, Florida, of this storm surge that's occurring and really getting choppy waters.
So
there, pressure 973 apparently. Oh, 952 there. Some pressure centers near the eye, 952. So we appreciate those readings. Let's cut back to one of the Perry cameras though. I'll keep an eye on what Isaac's showing us. Oh, another shot there as well. Oh wow, what is
Oh
that?
wow, that's Horseshoe Beach.
Yikes. Horseshoe Beach right now. Look at that. That's some serious storm surge there. That's... It must be about 8 feet.
Looks like just under 2.
That's crazy. That storm surge right now occurring over there at Horseshoe Beach, it's called, isn't it?
Yes.
Yep.
It's in Cedar Key. I'm pretty sure it's well past first store and going towards second stories. Definitely over 6 feet confirmed. 7 feet confirmed to from both Reed Timmer and Jim Cantori of surge in that. Isaac, if you mind.
Wow, that's
could
going to engulf the
I-
camera in a minute. 2
Okay.
miles away from landfall now, everyone.
Under 2 miles, actually. Isaac, do you think I can share my screen?
We're looking at this right now. There's a whole flight of
Oh,
stairs.
whoa! Look, yeah, there's a whole
Lord.
flight of
Oh
stairs
my
going.
goodness.
Actually, never mind.
Gee, that's just that's crazy. Whole flight of stairs. Oh, and there's Farhan. You can see Farhan right there, and our team, and
I'm
a few
back.
people over there on our Discord stage audience right now, and you can call in at any point if you have something to share. Right now is a live camera still from Perry. 2 cameras that are still active.
Why
The
is it not
powers have
letting me
gone
share my
out.
screen? Hold on.
I think you can now. The power's gone out.
Oh, no, I still can't. What
Oh,
the heck?
that's unfortunate.
Hello?
Hello, Isaac.
Hello.
Sorry about that. I had some technical
That's all right.
issues. But yeah, this is the live view from Horseshoe Beach right now. I was looking at some other cameras earlier, one in Perry, and it went down. This camera so far has been a trooper and held up. There's 2 of them that were, as you saw there, with the pressure readings in the eye of it now, that I couldn't get to in time. But this is I think this is probably the closest one you'll see near that eye wall that hasn't gone down yet or isn't from a storm chaser. This is mounted up on, I'm assuming, a power line. And you're seeing it here, the storm surge that the storm is
Little over a mile now.
Some people were saying unsurvivable. Well, this is it.
Oh yeah, definitely unsurvivable. We're a little over a mile from landfall. About 1.3, 1.2 officially.
Officially? NHC
That's
are
what I'm
updating us
saying.
on that?
Oh my god.
No, I'm
That's
being
what I would
serious.
say.
As far as I can
that's
tell
what-
right now, we're looking at
that's what I would say.
0.9 miles from landfall. So, landfall within minutes here, literally now. But this storm surge is really incredible. Probably in excess of 8 feet there. Very,
looking at
very
it just-
dangerous.
For context, I was looking at it just the
Yeah,
other
under a
day,
mile
and
now.
you can see land, so right around where my cursor was right there, that's basically where the shore line was, and now that is obviously not the shore line anymore. That is probably in a good 6-8 foot of water or so, storm surge. And you're seeing it here, hitting the top of that pavilion, and some of the waves getting up to the camera, where it's located up on that pole. And the current pressure reading there is 987.4 millibars. 986 now.
It's dropping. Look at that.
And if we
Where's
go to
that
the other one,
exactly in relation? Oh, it's quite far from the eye.
yeah, it's in Horseshoe Beach, and the one near Gina is 947.8. Let's take a look at that in Steinhatchee.
974.
See the gust going through. And Looks like it just went down temporarily.
Yeah, I imagine
Random,
comms up
random
would be best.
finger is right on the water.
And you can see the eye here on radar, and the last update from these sensors on the ground were
It closed up a little
952.1.
bit.
We've got a new frame, and we can now confirm landfall. And
Yeah.
landfall has
I'm gonna
occurred.
call it.
Let me try and get a position estimate here for this landfall that has now occurred, everyone. So that's not official, but a landfall. And as a matter of fact, it looks like the landfall has occurred right on Cedar Island, which is part of Keaton Beach.
Keaton Beach.
About half a mile south of Keaton Beach on Cedar Island, a landfall has occurred.
Let me go to the Google Maps.
It's interesting to me how, was it about 24, 36 hours ago, some models projection were thinking that landfall, well, originally landfall projection was right now in the morning, but then the models when that actually it's going to be later, possibly even the afternoon, but then obviously the situation has changed a lot since then, and the landfall occur like right as was originally predicted, maybe even a little earlier, because I believe when we started this live, we were saying it's going to happen about 9 a.m. and I believe it's only 8:30 right now over there.
7:30.
7:30, even earlier. All right.
Yeah, Keaton Beach is right here. What'd you say? Dark Island?
Cedar Island.
Cedar Island. I see a dark island. I don't see a cedar island.
It's not actually an island. It's a small community on the south side of Keaton Beach.
Oh, yeah, right there. Yeah, I see that.
This is insane storm surge footage right now from Horseshoe Beach, which is a few miles. How many miles do you reckon? Good distance actually from the eye, and that shows you that you know, it's going to be, for these areas, storm surge can have impacts far, far away from the center of the storm, and we were showing that storm surge impact in Tampa Bay as well, which was flooding the interstate. We were hearing about flooding earlier this morning in St. Petersburg. I couldn't find any videos or traffic cams, although they're not exhaustive, of course, so they may be affecting areas that I can't see, but certainly we're seeing surge really blanketing part of Interstate 275 on its crossing over Tampa Bay, and actually there's a viewpoint here near Gandhi, which is on the southwest side.
Oh, really big surf now. Oh, this is
yeah,
scary to look at.
It certainly is. But just want to point out here, there's some actual standing water and flooding occurring now in a few parts here. This is sort of towards St. Petersburg, near the coast of Tampa Bay, near the southern crossing. There's another viewpoint showing some standing water and flooding occurring there now by the looks of things. But back to that camera, because that is live right now, and that is really serious. Extreme storm surge occurring at this point, probably 9 or 10 feet by the looks of things there. Oh, we did have that. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
And that one hit the camera. I don't know how long that camera will last. But this is live right now. A landfall, not official yet, but it has made landfall along the coast, pretty much exactly on top of Keaton Beach, about half a mile south, with winds of 125
to call it at any time.
125 mile an hour winds. What's that object coming up to the camera now? What is that?
Looks like another large bear.
My. Trying to figure out what that is. There's so many objects just floating around here. What
It's
is
like
that?
a styrofoam book to me.
It's not even at the worst of the hurricane either. This is far away from the eye wall. So you don't even imagine how it's like over by the eye wall right now.
And
This is south of the eye, right?
Yeah,
we
this is
have
the eye
breaking
Yep.
news.
Breaking news, landfall.
Extremely dangerous Category 3 Idalia makes landfall in the Florida Big Bend. NOAA Doppler radar has confirmed. Sorry, I'm just trying to get that.
949 millibar landfall there.
Yep. NOAA Doppler radar imagery indicates that the Eye of Dahlia made landfall along the coast of Florida Big Bend near Keaton Beach around 7:45 Eastern Daylight Time. Data from the Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicate that Idalia's minimum pressure is at the winds were maximum sustained winds were at 125 miles per hour, 205 kilometers per hour. The latest minimum pressure from reconnaissance data is 949, which is 28.02 inches of mercury. Within the past hour, a Seaman station at Keaton Beach, Florida, measured sustained winds of 61 miles per hour, 98 kilometers per hour, with a gust to 77 miles per hour, 124 kilometers per hour. A Florida coastal monitoring program tower located southwest of Hampton Springs recently reported a wind gust of 68 miles per hour, 109 kilometers per hour. Water levels along the Florida Big Bend are rising rapidly. A NOAA Ocean Service tide gauge at Cedar Key recently reported a level of 5.9 above mean high water, which is approximation of inundation in that area. 29.8 north, 83.6 west. That is 20 miles south of Perry, 55 miles northwest of Cedar Key, and it is moving north-northeast at 18 miles an hour. 125, 949 at landfall.
What much else is there to say? Crazy viewpoints here of this enormous storm surge that's occurring along the Florida Bend region right now. Let's see if any of the cameras at Perry are still working, and one of them, at least one of them, is. We'll quickly cross over to this, and you can see that the winds are still getting up here. Dangerous conditions occurring along that area. They are under an extreme wind warning. Back to Isaac's screen, because we don't know how long we'll get this camera for, because it's just really incredible footage here of this storm surge that's occurring. Hurricane Idalia has made landfall over Keaton Beach with winds of 125 miles per hour and a pressure of 949 millibars, confirmed by the National Hurricane Center at 7:45 a.m.
That example, that camera right there, and the storm surge that is showing from it, that is why storm surge is the most dangerous part of a hurricane or tropical cyclone, period. Textbook example.
I think we have another camera from a storm chaser that's right in that eye wall there by Delta Beach. I believe that is. Let's see here.
You mean? Are we talking about Brian M. Finger, or are we talking about some of the other people that are near him?
That one. That was an old one there.
Oh my god, the amount of people that are just this is crazy to look at.
Someone out there at Cedar Key right now.
Look at just this is from GR2. I mean, just look at all of the storm chasers that are there at Athena and Perry. Everybody's trying to get into that eye wall.
Now, Isaac, how high is that water compared to what it should be?
Oh, that's lost it. To be honest, I did not look at this one before the storm made landfall, so I do not know in relation to how high this water is here, but it's certainly getting up to pretty close to the
Power
camera.
outages are rising rapidly along the Big Bend region. Now over 138,000 people statewide without power, with Wakula being hit the hardest, now up to 11,400 customers without power. Reminder, that county only has 17,700 people in there with power. Jefferson is over 25% without power, pushing 30. Taylor is nearly 50% without power. Dixie is over 60% without power. Levy is a little under 25%, and Lafayette is on its way to pushing 50% without power. Most of these counties were just hit by that both inner and outer eye wall.
That was a big wave.
And then also, Horseshoe Beach and all those areas.
There's another one.
Cedar Key's being washed away as we speak.
Oh, these are getting
Right.
bigger.
I don't know how that little structure, I don't know how it's still standing with all this wave. It's over the top now. Oh, there it goes. It's starting to go. Look at that.
Oh, it is. It's starting to droop.
Yeah. It's starting to cave in now.
Let's see if I can post that picture I took of the camera before, like not even 12 hours ago.
And our landfall SIP rep, based on the NHC's information, obviously they were 5 minutes later than us, is now putting the live output. This was made by Justine from the Philippines.
Crazy conditions near the landfall zone this morning from Hurricane Idalia, and we were expecting this, but what magnitude of storm surge that we're looking at right now is pretty insane. I'm gonna have to turn away from that for just a minute or two because it will blank out whilst I try and do a little bit of other work here. I'll bring that back as soon as we can, but we were still looking at the live shot from Perry, which is under an extreme wind warning. They'll be getting very strong winds shortly, and this storm is definitely not over when it moves inland. Absolutely not.
Yep, definitely not. So Recon is now heading back to base, obviously because it made landfall.
Yep.
That makes sense.
And
I'll
of
just
course,
get this
for the
last
people,
bit of recon data in. The final recon passes before it made landfall had a max flight level of 110 knots. I'm not sure in what quadrant that was though, and a max SFMR of looks to be 83, and that looked to be in the eastern parts of the storm. There was, I think, a few more drop zones that occurred. There was a drop zone that occurred in the max wind band, and there was one more eye drop zone, and that is why the National Hurricane Center, this was dropped right over the water. We got one final drop zone.
We did a whole house?
We had one final drop zone in there right before the landfall, and that is why the National Hurricane Center ended up going with 949 pressure.
Right.
Interesting
Look at the
question.
camera now. I think we're seeing an
from,
entire boat dock heading towards the camera view here. It looks like it certainly.
What?
Onto your top left now, top right now. It's moving away pretty quick.
What
And
is
then the
all
damage
that?
that's caused.
Wow.
Oh yeah, so I'm seeing that before and after now that you sent Isaac. Yeah, wow,
Well, let's
that's
go to Perry right now. There's serious conditions going on there too at the moment. Really getting some strong winds there right now.
Keto Anti with an interesting
Guys,
question.
I don't know if you can hear me right now, but I'm in the eye wall right now, and it's blowing at about 100 miles an hour. It's pretty crazy.
That's
I
what
can
it's
hear
looking
you.
like.
Hurricane Idalia has made landfall in the Big Bend of Florida with winds of 125 miles an hour, the strongest to make landfall in the Big Bend since Cedar Key hurricane of 1896, which was also 125. However, unlike Cedar Key, this made landfall, the first major to make landfall in the Appalachia Bay.
The visibility here is near zero. It's pretty crazy. Some guy with like 4 cans of gasoline in a Suburban just drove by me, going like 20 miles an hour, like facing the winds. These people are crazy out there.
Cedar Key and Horseshoe Beach have water. Suwannee is getting water rushing in, so a lot of these places are getting water rushing in now.
Keto Anti said, we drove an hour away west from Tallahassee. How long do you think we need to wait before we can drive back to the area? 9 a.m. or 10 a.m.?
Not till later. Not till tomorrow.
A lot longer than
Yeah.
a few hours. This is a long, long one.
Yeah,
Don't
you're not
expect a
you're
quick
not getting back
turnaround.
to you're not getting back till at minimum tomorrow if you're in
There goes
Tallahassee.
There goes the pavilion there.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
probably
yeah.
gonna
away.
be more.
There it goes, man.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes.
A lot of the boat dock to the left of it too, quickly going off screen.
Gee.
Why did GFS want to put that much rain over Bermuda?
It's getting pretty
Heading
windy
towards
here.
the camera. Oh, hopefully the camera doesn't get taken
That's
down
crazy.
Yeah, there it goes.
But most of that is
Also-
not even from Franklin, because Franklin's already gonna go off.
Oh, that's
Greenland by
mad.
that.
Whoa. Lots of
Oh,
debris.
it hit the camera.
Well, that didn't seem
Hold
to
on,
do
camera.
much
Whoa.
favors.
Oh,
Alright, my
well,
There's Skirt,
it's
there's 11
definitely
out, and then they go off.
it's definitely in the process of being taken out, this camera. Oh,
Oh, and it just went off.
Wow, that was
there
insane.
it goes.
Oh no, it's back again. It's just gonna keep
Oh,
going
still
in and out
holding
for a while.
on. Incredibly.
Let's see here. 9 to 88.4 millibars on it, and yeah, it's down. Let's go back to the Steinhatchee one, see if that one's still online.
So that
That one's
camera went
reporting
down?
978. Yes, sir. Just went
Oh, dear.
down. It's just Steinhatchee right now. And that one's gonna be a spotty connection as well.
Yep.
Not as dramatic of a view as the one we had earlier, but still showing the storm surge rushing
Oh, well,
in.
this has certainly went up from the last time we checked on this one.
Is
Yeah,
it?
look at how fast that's moving too. Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
wow.
That is booking it. That's like this is another textbook example of how dangerous storm surge could be. Just look at how fast that's moving.
Yeah. There's the view from Perry as well.
Camera
Things getting pretty
tone.
mad there too.
Camera just turned
Oh, the
red
traffic.
before just going out there.
Okay, 978.6 millibars at this live feed in
It appears
Steinhatchee.
It's a piece of traffic light in Paris. Going
look at
down.
this
I'm pretty
cam.
sure that's
Fish
not how
Creek.
it looked like.
This is in Fish Creek right now. This camera just turned back on after being offline for about an hour.
Oh.
Oh,
And I think it's in that backside eye wall now.
So that camera
All
that went
right.
down before was Horseshoe Beach, correct?
All right.
Yes.
And the 8 a.m. intermediate advisory is out. The eye of Idalia moving just inland from the Florida Big Bend. Catastrophic storm surge and damaging hurricane force winds continue. There are no changes to the watching warnings. And literally 15 minutes after it makes landfall, we're already down to 120 miles an hour and a pressure of 950.
Think we may have just had some power flashes and the loss of another camera in Perry.
So we are already down to 120 miles an hour and a pressure of 950, just 15 minutes after the landfall point. That's
still
from
running.
the NHC on the latest advisory.
So you said 129.50?
Yep.
Holy moly, that surge is going
The eye of
fast.
Idalia was located near 29.9 north, 83.5 west, moving north-northeast at 18 miles an hour. It's expected throughout the morning with Idalia Center to move into southern Georgia later today. It's supposed to turn towards the northeast and east-northeast, moving near or along the coast of Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina late today and Thursday. Maximum sustained winds are near 120 miles an hour with higher gusts, Category 3. Although Idalia will weaken further out the center's inland, it was likely to still be a hurricane while moving across southern Georgia near the coast of Georgia or southern South Carolina late today. Idalia is forecasted to be a tropical storm while moving near the coast of northeastern South Carolina and North Carolina tonight and on Thursday. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 25 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds go 175 miles from the center. The minimum central pressure is 950. Water levels along the coast are rapidly rising. Get this, it was 5.9 for the water level at Cedar Key. In 15 minutes, that has gone up 0.3 feet to 6.2 feet above mean higher high water, which is the approximation of inundation in that area.
We're seeing it in Keaton Beach right now.
Surge totals are still the same. Rainfall of 4 to 8 inches with isolated maximum up to 12 inches. And the cone looks like it is moved about even to where what they said with the cone. Oh, no, I'm just saying the location of Idalia is about the same for what they're saying.
Look at those conditions right now. Where's that again, Isaac?
It's coming in fast.
This is Keaton Beach right now, and just not even 5 minutes ago. Just not even 5 minutes ago.
It's coming in fast. My goodness.
Right where my cursor is there, and now it's look at that. The winds are shifting now. Winds are shifting, and you can see how fast that storm surge is coming up in a hurry.
It's the winds. That's just Keaton Beach being a landfall location. Those winds will be up above 100 miles per hour right now.
Franklin is expected to bring tropical storm conditions to Rita later today, and it is at 110,956 still. For that,
Isaac, I'm going to leave my screen with you for a few moments whilst I take a step away from the desk.
So that advisory has come out.
Within the past 5 minutes, we've seen that storm surge come up in a hurry here. Before, the water line was right down where my cursor was, right there, and now it's way past that now, getting ever so higher and height here with time. And you can see, obviously, the winds increasing, too, as they're getting onto that back side of the eye wall.
Really dramatic footage here. Look at that.
The current pressure estimate from that camera here, and this is in Keaton Beach right now, basically almost on ground zero. It's 969.6 millibars and drop and going up a little bit because it's going onto that backside of the eye wall. If only we had audio on these cameras, I could only imagine the audio on it here. Some debris flying around there too. Just incredible stuff we're seeing here.
There's another extreme wind warning. The National Weather Service in Jacksonville has issued an extreme wind warning for Suwannee County in northern Florida until 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 8:03 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, National Weather Service Doppler radar indicated extreme winds associated with the eye wall of Hurricane Idalia moving onshore along a line extending from 10 miles southwest of Dowling Park to 8 miles southwest of O'Brien, moving north at 55 miles per hour. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Locations impacted include Live Oak, Suwannee Springs, Wellborn, Dowling Park, O'Brien, McAlpin, Louisville, New Bern, and Houston, Florida. Take cover now. Treat these imminent extreme winds as if a tornado was approaching and move immediately to the safe room in your shelter. Take action now to protect your life. And a tornado watch remains in effect until 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for northern Florida.
Yep, so I'm back here, and look at all of these cameras right now with an incredible amount of storm surge and very poor conditions, and how things are changing so quickly. Was this one?
This is not too far north of the one in that base. This is a. Let's see here. Let's see the name of it. I can't really pronounce that correctly, but it's. If I would assume it's probably Delk Beach or Deco Beach, Florida, just not too far north of Keaton Beach, where we were looking at earlier. And again, you can see the
Wow.
same story. How the surge is coming up rapidly here.
Oh.
It looks like the pressure on this camera went down to 952 millibars, and is now gradually rising as they're entering eye wall again, and it just went down.
Meanwhile,
Let's
we've
go to
only
the
got one camera left in Perry, and that's what it looks like right now. They'll be getting extreme winds shortly, or if not already. And there once again is a view near Keaton Beach. They got the eye of the storm.
It was interesting before, right when their eye wall, that first half of the eye wall hit, cameras basically instantly went down, got into the eye, and then now they're entering the backside, and now they're back up and running.
I don't know if this happened when I was away, but you heard? Did you? I think you read out the extension of the extreme wind warning. Is that right? Because it did get extended inland.
I believe so, yes.
Extreme wind warning extended inland includes Live Oak at this point now.
Oh, yes, the need
I
to
already
read that
covered
out
that.
in your way.
The water's starting to hit some of those homes there on the coast.
Crazy.
Oh, that camera just went down.
The view again here at Perry. The traffic light is shaking quite a bit, and that's where the camera is mounted on. And there's another view from Isaac. Look at that. Was that?
That was at Fish Creek, not too far south of Keaton. I think it went back online. Let's take a look here. Nope. Go down. 972 millibars there and rising. Keaton Beach, roughly the same. Go back to the Steinhatchee camera, which has been running basically the entire event here. I'm seeing that rapidly moving storm surge. Look how fast it's going.
No, just lots of flashes on the Perry camera there, but the one you're looking at too, yeah. Look at that. That must be a very high storm surge as well.
Basically almost at the top of that pavilion there from what the looks of it on that last frame.
There was like a little structure out there in the distance in this view, and I don't know if it's still standing or it's hard to make out. No, I think it's still standing.
Yeah.
And this one just went down too. All the cameras are going back down as they're entering that backside of the eye and that storm surge, that nasty storm surge there.
Does this one work now?
Well, for the time being, this camera appears to be working at Perry. It's the last one in the town that's still active. And back to
That one from
Isaac's
Cedar
screen.
Key.
Cedar Key?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Like some storm surge going up into those pavilions, it looks like, over the top right hand of your screen. And this is far and away from the eye wall, that inner eye wall we're talking about, but they're still getting, as you see here clearly, that really dangerous storm surge from Idalia.
Just after 10 past 8, if you've just joined us, Hurricane Idalia made landfall as a Category 3 high end at 7:45 a.m. Overnight it peaked briefly at Category 4, 130 miles per hour. And its minimum pressure in the end was, I think, 940. And now it is 120 miles per hour and 950. We haven't updated our bottom bar there yet.
I will say that this is... I've released the 12Z Ticos. Obviously, I'm just using most of the same fixes from 6Z and whatnot, and also from the last Ticos point, but I did update the Idalia stuff and all that with the new advisory. Franklin is still the same and all that. This is the final. This will be the final Ticos point for 90C, and this is all 6Z was also the final fix on ATCF for 90C, as that is now at 0%. So we had yet another Central Pacific failure.
Goodness me.
Other than that, everything else is still the same. Idalia and Sayola are still code red. Haikui is still code yellow, and Franklin, X Damray, and 94L are still code blue.
National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued another extreme wind warning for north central Taylor County in the Big Bend of Florida, and Madison County in the Big Bend of Florida until 11:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 8:08 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, National Weather Service Doppler radar and surface observations indicate extreme winds associated with the eye wall of Hurricane Idalia were moving on shore 9 miles east of Perry, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Locations impacted include Madison, Lee, Lake Bird, Moseley Hall, Hopewell, Cherry Lake, Hamburg, Hanson, Panetta, and Shady. Get under a table or other piece of sturdy furniture. Use mattresses, blankets, or pillows to cover your head and body. Remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions.
So again, we're looking at this major storm surge impact that happened very, very quickly when this storm blew through. That's in near Keaton Beach, where the storm made landfall. And as a matter of fact, it's moving so quickly, it's already making its closest pass to Perry, just a few miles to the southeast. So we're going to see if we can get any of those cameras that are still running. I'm not sure they are now. We had one left, I think, and it actually is still running. And this is basically now in the middle of the storm, the worst conditions that it's going to get over there in Perry, the far side of Perry, admittedly, but they are getting some really powerful winds there right now as well. And actually, I think that has just stopped. So for now, we'll go back to the imagery from Isaac there of the storm surge that's occurring And I think that camera's trying to stay with us, but it's really struggling, the one in Perry. If I can get a clear feed, I'll show that once again, but this right now is that storm surge that's continuing at Keaton Beach. Looking at the radar on the top left inset, you can see Perry there is right in that red zone on the northwestern side of the eye wall. Mayo also entering that as well. Live Oak and Madison now implicated in that extreme wind warning, and that will be occurring for them pretty soon as well. Moving very quickly at this point, this storm. Since that landfall, how far inland has it gone? Let me have a little look. It's already, since landfall, which was, what, half an hour ago, it's moved 15 miles inland now. So 15 miles in half an hour. That's how far the storm has travelled. We're still trying to get Perry, really struggling though. Here's that another view that we had earlier that we've now re-obtained. Look at that. Visibility very low at times there, and extremely difficult conditions. That's on the northwestern side of Perry. They'll probably be getting winds of up to 100 miles per hour. To the southeast and central Perry, they could be getting winds of up to close to 110, maybe 120 miles per hour gusts there. So extremely dangerous conditions and extreme wind warnings in effect for Perry. And that camera is also struggling too. Some of these storm surge cameras have been performing quite well though, Isaac, haven't they? Has he left the desk?
Your connection's very spotty on my end. Can you say that again?
I was just saying that those cameras have been performing well.
They really have. Other than those two that have really gone down due to, I'm assuming, really bad communication issues. Obviously, with this hurricane, been pretty steady. We lost this one here that we're looking at here for about an hour as that eye was passing over, and as soon as that second half of the eye wall came through, snapped back to life, and here we are looking at the rapidly increasing storm surge here in Keaton Beach.
Is it me, or is that camera leaning more?
It might be here. Looks like it was a.
You remember what happened during Ian? One of the cameras that started leaning, then it fell into the water, basically.
That one was right on basically ground zero, from what I remember. I think in Sanibel.
Yeah.
And these are in ground zero, basically right here, Keaton Beach. And so far, we've only really lost 2 cameras here in the wake of the hurricane so far, which was better than losing all of them. Reminds me of this, and then the other camera we were looking at before that went down that we're watching with bated breath reminded me a little bit of when we were covering Hurricane Zeta in 2020, how that camera, the Grand Isle camera, stayed on for basically the entire event. We got to witness the incredible amount of wind and an incredible storm surge along with that very fast-moving hurricane back in 2020, for those of you who were tracking or impacted by that hurricane.
Gee. So right now it's just making its closest pass to Perry. If I was to just do a little calculation, I would say that the center of the eye is now about 6 miles from Perry. So they'll be getting hit with some of the strongest winds from this storm at this time.
Somebody was looking at gusts. What are gusts? I'm going to give you some now. Perry has reported gusts of 74 knots, 85.2 miles per hour. 1 mile east-northeast of Mayo and Lafayette High School. The weather center there reported a gust of 73 miles per hour, so just below hurricane force winds there. There was another gust in Perry at 62 knots, but that was a little bit earlier. Bouchard Junction reported a gust of 64 miles per hour. 64 miles per hour. There was another one at Horseshoe Beach at 69 miles per hour. Keaton Beach, 77 miles per hour. There was another Horseshoe Beach weather stem gusting to 81. And there was a Chevron gas lamp post knocked over by strong winds at West Elm Street a little earlier, around 5:39 a.m. earlier today. That was further east in the Jacksonville office. Lake City reported 1 mile east southeast of Watertown. There was a 45 mile per hour wind gust reported. Mesonet Station near Bell reported 53 mile per hour winds, and I'll go with one more for now. Suwannee Springs reported a 40 mile per hour wind gust there. There are a good number of those. Actually, one more. Sorry, 1 mile east northeast of Fort Caroline, 42 mile per hour wind gust supported it. That was in Duval County, which I believe was where Jacksonville is.
I'm gonna go head out. I'm either gonna make some food before I go to sleep or just go to sleep for a few hours. But
Sure.
Idalia has made some landfall. But if you are in the path in Georgia, Carolinas, make sure you have your preparations done because conditions will deteriorate later on during the day. And also, if you're in the path of Saola in the Western Pacific, if you're in the path of Haiku, if you're in the path of 11W, the time to prepare is now. To start
Well,
preparing is now.
It's
But
interesting because currently Seoul, due to its projected track, is it's a bit of an interesting position because it's quite away from any major land masses. Well, although obviously it's still dumping lots of rain on northern Luzon and southern Taiwan, but in terms of condition on the area it's going to, the Hong Kong Observatory has issued a standby signal 1 for Hong Kong at about 6 p.m. local Hong Kong time. So that's the latest for Hong Kong currently for Seoul.
alrighty, and with that, I'm gonna head off. So goodbye to everybody, and
I think you need
thank
it.
you for
You need the rest.
thank you for hosting the coverage. Woo. All right, goodbye.
All right. Looking at this view, the
Yeah.
camera's just turned. What's going on here? Are we going to lose the camera shortly, or is it turning on its own?
Oh,
I think it's just
yep.
getting slightly loose from the when it's on.
This is Perry right now, the main camera that was showing, and the surge camera at the top right there, that's Keaton Beach, which was hit by the eye not very long ago. Well, it's coming back now. I don't know if it's part of the mechanism turning the camera there, but I haven't seen that happen to date. But that the wire that's connecting the traffic lights still looks pretty stable, so I assume it's okay. But clearly, very poor conditions, obviously, in Perry at this time. They're in a blanket of red on the radar there, with winds of about possibly up to 100 miles per hour. Yeah, it threw me when it first turned, but that is a mechanical turning there. It's not damaged.
Visibility is certainly almost zero now compared to how it was an hour ago.
Yeah, they're in the worst of it right now. I'm surprised these traffic cameras have survived, really. Power went out probably about nearly an hour ago. And usually when the power goes out, these cameras go out. Look at those winds again, and big rain hits there. I think those, can't quite tell if the camera's shaking or if those power poles are shaking. Maybe both, but clearly extremely dangerous conditions covering Perry right now.
Keaton Beach is much better. You see the storm surge there on the top right from the hurricane. Looks like the winds have died down slightly, which is obvious because it's getting further and further away from that outer eye wall there. But the storm surge is still very much in place, and you can see it looks like it's touching just the front steps of those houses on the far right corner of the screen right now currently.
I'm a bit confused as to how that transpired, though. We saw when the eye wall was coming back, I assume, because it was the edge of the eye and the eye wall was coming back in, and the surge was only was way out there compared to now. So how come the surge has increased only now?
I think it was really kind of like a negative surge for a moment there. The winds are going the opposite direction and keeping most of the storm surge at bay. And as soon as that backside of the eye wall hit, you saw how fast the water went from where it was basically right where my cursor is right there to on the far right of your screen. I think it was just the massive wind change is what led to that water booking it into these homes, it looks like. And keep in mind, this camera was basically right dead center of where this hurricane made landfall, so that only made sense. If it was further west, it'd probably be even more extreme of a change in wind direction and storm surge than you're seeing here.
Mm-hmm. Send in your comments and questions live on the air this morning. This is live coverage on Hurricane Idalia, which made landfall at 7:45 this morning with winds of 125 miles per hour and a pressure of 949 millibars. Weakened slightly since then. It's 120 miles per hour and 950 millibars, I believe. I think that's from the NHC. And they will continue to do hourly position updates for the time being. Share the stream and let everyone know that we're here. We're covering this storm as it continues to rush inland, moving at a decent speed now, and the center of it has just passed very, very close to Perry.
All right, Nathan, I'm going to call it for coverage today. I'm glad I made it to the landfall in time. I need to do a few things of my own here, and so I'm going to call it early for now. I wanted to stay longer, but I just cannot right now.
Yeah, catch you later. We'll be around.
All right, then. Peace out.
Thanks. Well, where do we go from here then? This storm still causing serious issues here with very powerful winds. It's still very close to the strength that it was at landfall. It's now at least 15 miles inland, a little bit more probably. And we're looking at Perry, and we're looking at the storm surge camera at Keaton Beach on the on the top right. I was going to say northeast. Top right of the screen.
When you weren't wrong.
Yeah, the northeast part of the screen. And on the top left there, of course, is the latest radar. Let's get some questions. Dante says, with Hurricane Michael, the bulk of the surge didn't come until after landfall, and it seems like the same thing happened here.
Yeah, with this camera, that exact statement went through. You saw when it the wind part moved through. There was basically no surge on this camera when it was up. Went down, and as soon as that backside went up, the camera went back online, and you saw how fast that storm surge rushed in and filled the void left that the winds pushed the water out in. You see that there. And if we look at, I think the other camera to the south is still up
Please.
here. Let's see. Fish Creek. This one has a little bit of a closer view of it. You can see the storm surge on that up to the palm trees. If I could get that in full. Yeah, I can see there.
Wow.
Oh,
That was
wow.
What's that?
assuming a piece of a palm tree, like a palm frond, got just
Oh.
got
Yeah,
onto the camera. So now that's not going to be too much of
it's
a
being
pleasant view.
Yeah.
it's being blown into the camera.
So let's go
Yeah,
back up to the
wailing
one
for
we
help,
watched
probably.
earlier. The
Evolution of Ships says that they got into weather, and Force 13 is the weather agency I trust the most. I wouldn't call us an agency. We're a team. We're a community. We're an organization of sorts. But thank you. And that they adore that we care and support the others in hurricanes, and that apparently I have an amazing name. I've never heard that one before. And what is the highest storm surge in feet? I heard, well, NHC said 5 so far, but I think it's going to be more.
It's going to be kind of hard to get some good, reliable storm surge readings, given how the storm just made landfall, and I'm assuming knocked out a lot of the communication and surge and tide gauges as it made landfall. But I'm sure probably in another 12, 24 hours, and they could go down and survey the area when it's safer. They'll be able to give a more precise estimate as to what exactly the surge peaked out as.
You think this
Certainly,
is
it will
still
look for loose.
increasing here?
Did it again?
On your camera, is it? Do you think it's still increasing?
I think it's leveled. I've been watching the far right here, and it hasn't gone above basically the steps of these. I'm assuming the houses here from to the right hand of the screen. It hasn't gone any higher than that, or if it has, it's been deceivingly looking the same height from the past 15 minutes or so here. One thing I can say though is obviously the winds have decreased a bit. Still probably easily hurricane force at gusts here, but not to the amount that they were just about 15 minutes ago when I first pulled up this camera after it went back online.
Some of the imagery that we've seen this morning has been insane. We saw those images earlier from Horseshoe Beach, where, well, the camera succumbed in the end because everything was literally drifting away and hitting the camera. Just an incredible last hour that we've seen with this storm surge. It has been, I think it's safe to say, catastrophic at this point. That was what was forecasted, and that's exactly what we've got.
Certainly dramatic scenes that we've seen through these cameras that you've been sharing, Isaac.
Yeah, it's when I think back to it, it's been amazing how far technology has come. Not even probably 15 years ago, something like this, viewing a hurricane from this vantage point live from a safe distance, from your house or from wherever you're watching, probably wouldn't be wouldn't be as easily accessible as it is now. And now with the technology as it's now, technology is getting better and more improved and smaller, lighter, and more easy to access. We're seeing views like this, and I think it just tells wonders of how strong and how dangerous these hurricanes are. And you can get a view like this and see it safely from where you're hopefully evacuated from, and see what's going on without you having to be there and witnessing it yourself, endangering your life.
What I've always wanted to do is to build I'd love for us to start building a webcam network of our own out there. Just have some remote cameras set up on some of these locations. If anyone's
Exactly.
interested in being an affiliate, let us know. I don't know. You never know what it might come up to, but very interesting to see all of this live.
Oh.
Obviously, it's tragic, but yeah, looking back at Perry on this view here, still very powerful winds along the roadway, and just lost that briefly. It's probably temporary as we look back at the latest radar at Perry, and also back to Isaac's screen showing that storm surge continuing at Keaton Beach.
Yep.
We'll look back at Perry shortly, but now let's take another look at Tampa Bay and the inundated interstate. Actually, I think it's improving there now. Here's the view on Interstate 275. Water's still pushing up above the side, but that whole road was flooded earlier, and now it's almost, well, it is passable on some of those lanes, so that's some good news that looks to be dying down over there in Tampa. However, I did see a couple other areas that were flooded earlier. I'm going to go and check out some of that imagery right now, as soon as I can. That ding you heard before means that the bottom bar has managed to update. Took so long. Let me just take a look then. Yeah, there is a spot near Gandhi, which is not far from St. Petersburg. There is some flooding that's going on there right now. Let me just show this. Yep, here there's a significant amount of surface water there in some parking lots by the looks of things. So that's one view near Tampa Bay that's been overtopped. Apart from that, I haven't really seen any other flooding pictures, but I'm sure there are a few other locations that look like this. But that's near St. Petersburg, Tampa Bay. Whilst we look at Isaac's imagery, I'll just check some more cameras in that area and work my way northwards and see if there's anything interesting to show you, but go ahead.
I'm gonna say I think it's pretty interesting how there's still a good amount of lightning in that western eye wall right now of the hurricane. Inland, that far inland, but it could be due to just how fast it's moving. It's going to be speed here. Not to mention when it goes onto the other side of the coastline. I'm curious to see how strong it'll be. Obviously, we have tropical storm watches and warnings in effect for the Carolinas because of the fact that it's probably going to still be a decently strong tropical storm as it either parallels the coastlines there or goes to the south, it goes a little bit to the north there, and then goes past them and kind of just sits there for a little bit and either goes and gets picked up, goes northeast, far away from everybody, or just goes to the south as a weekend basement area of moisture as it perhaps could head back to the west, the coast of Florida again in a few days, but that is to be determined. So got a few days to watch that. Right now, of course, the main threat is this intense core of winds it looks like it's just on the cusp of Madison there, Florida. They're probably starting to get those really strong hurricane force winds right now.
We're still looking at Perry right now, though. It's still closest to the eye, and this is the viewpoint once again, and it's just stopped again there, so intermittent camera.
I haven't been able to see if there's a camera in Madison. It looks like a decently large town. There might be some live cameras in there that are about to get some really good winds on it here. Let's see. The camera again that you're watching right now, one with the storm surge, is Keaton Beach, Florida, which is basically ground zero for the hurricane, and you're seeing the storm surge from it. And if anything, it looks like the surge is gradually lessening here. I'm actually seeing a little bit of the coastline there to the far right of your screen.
Right. So it's
where my
lessening?
cursor is. Appears to be. Beforehand, it was right up to where I'm assuming this dock is here, and now you're starting to see more of the sand. It looks like it's gradually lessening now.
Well, it was going to be a quick event, this. Given the very fast movement of the storm. But nonetheless, the damage is done.
Exactly. Yeah, if there's one, I guess, silver lining to this, if there is one, is that it's moving so fast. It's going to be increasing in forward speed as it moves inland. It's not going to stay around like Ida did in 2021 and just kind of meander and sit and and do that. So this is going to be in and out in a hurry here. So you don't have to deal with those conditions for hours and hours on end.
Hi, C. Good morning.
Good morning. Just woke up and This is a very dangerous situation. I want to talk about something here real quick. If you have family north of Tampa, stretching up to about the Hudson area, and they're on the coast, their house is likely flooded. I have family in Hudson, and they possibly have over 4 feet of water in their house, as they had to evacuate at 6 a.m. when the surge kicked in. So I have no clue what it's like over there. It's likely devastating if because those places are very surge prone, especially Hudson and those areas, as those canals are less than a block from the ocean. So it's a dangerous situation from Tampa Bay south to Ruskin up to Hudson. As I've seen images out of downtown Tampa of nearly 4 feet of water in some spots.
Yeah.
Which is just awful. And what's going on where this system landfalled is catastrophic. I've seen some pretty major damage coming out of there.
Where was that, sorry?
I've seen some pretty major damage images out of the area where Idalia has landfalled right as the eye wall was kicking on shore, and it's bad.
Yeah, we certainly did too.
Isaac, where's that again?
This is the camera that we're watching that went off basically as soon as I showed it in Deckle Beach, which is north of Keaton Beach right now. And this is the current conditions right there. Still some gusty winds. Probably looks like not nearly as bad as it was about 15 minutes ago. But you can see that surge is still a big issue in the camera here.
Yeah, the last time you showed this, we could barely see that standing structure pier over there, but now it's much more visible. So yeah, in terms of wind, the condition in this area has certainly improved.
979 millibars currently where this camera is located at. Like I said, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing it, but I believe it's called Deckle Beach or Deck Beach, something like that. But this is the view of the coastline on that one. Yeah, Deckle Beach there. Camera's shaking a little bit, but not as much as it was earlier, and it just recently came back online. It was offline for a good hour and a half here. Now it looks like it's buffering again. Let's go back to Keaton Beach. See how that's looking. Pressure there, 983.8 millibars. And it certainly appears like the surge is gradually lower, and you can see it on the far right of your screen there. You can see more of that sand, and before that you couldn't see that whatsoever. Wind's still pretty good though. Not at their peak right now, obviously, but probably easily up to hurricane force gusts there going on. I think I've seen a gentleman on the far right walking around. Along the water there. That's not a safe move to make there, is what I'll say. It's nothing. I wouldn't be doing that if I were you. Lost him there, but he was on that far right corner. I'm guessing trying to survey the damaged areas again. Might be able to faintly make him out where my cursor's at.
Now, there aren't any road cams at Madison. There are no streaming ones. The closest streaming one was on the other side of Live Oak, and there might be one or two in Jennings. So for the time being, we're sticking with our Perry camera, and the storm is still near there. To be honest, it hasn't moved that much in the last 30 minutes, and I would suggest that the center of the storm now is probably about 6 miles east-northeast of Perry, or maybe northeast, and you can see the conditions here are still pretty bad.
And yet we saw just now a car driving through.
There was, yeah. A car
People.
drove through. I don't know anymore.
Yeah, and apparently I just figured out Jim Cantori is still on Cedar Key. No clue. I have no clue why he decided to stay.
What we heard, I think the surge got to about 6 feet there. It could have been a lot worse for Cedar Key.
Yeah, they were forecasting a surge possibly 15 feet there at one point, and if surge would have hit 15 feet, that would have meant the entire island of Cedar Key would have had at least 5 feet of standing water on the whole island.
Hmm.
This is Cedar Key right now, the live view from it on the
Oh, the
coastline.
palm
Well,
tree
then
is
again,
not blowing to the camera anymore.
That's still rising then, isn't it?
I can't say for it's really hard to tell on this camera because I don't really have any contextual.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, before we
there's
could
no
see
point of reference
we
here.
could see the top of a tree before, and that's now under.
Oh no, that was a different
Was
camera.
it?
This is
Oh,
that was the one over here by this one here. I forgot the name of this town, north of Gina. This one, Fish Creek. That's Fish Creek.
oh right. Well, that's actually gone down slightly, but still very high. All right,
And you can start to see the tops of a few bushes there poking out as the surge slowly gets.
Oh, that's a bush,
lower.
not a tree. Okay. I thought it was a tree.
Yeah, so did I.
And I'm back to
Emergency
Keaton
vehicle
Beach.
going by on the camera in Perry. So very poor conditions there.
I think it's pretty clear on the Keaton Beach camera how the surge is gradually lessening. I'm seeing more and more of the sand dunes appearing there on the right. Wind still decently strong again, probably up to hurricane force from time to time. Probably sustained around 50, 60 if I had to take a gander.
Yeah, and from what I've seen, I've kept seeing extreme surge damage at a Horseshoe Beach.
Yep.
And wow.
Well, we saw it earlier live. Did you see any of
Knock
that?
the camera down.
It's insane.
It was pretty. It was
Oh,
quite
strong
And
shaking.
so this, I'm not sharing the video as this is copyright, but Storm Chaser Mark Sudduth has a camera in a bar that is on the northern side of Cedar Key, and that whole bar has been infiltrated with at least 3.5 feet of standing water as of 2 minutes ago.
Oh,
pretty heavy once again at Perry right now. And
can't see the street now. My goodness.
what's that?
I can't see the street now.
Oh, yeah.
Just a few moments ago, it was pretty nice and clear. Now it's basically invisible.
Visibility way down. So, dangerous conditions here. Those extreme wind warnings are all still in effect. Can anyone remind me what the threshold for that is? Is it major hurricane?
110 mile per hour winds or greater, I believe.
Right. Well, I wonder what the storm strength will be at the next advisory. Well, update statement, which is due in 10 minutes. I'm sure they'll they'll probably knock it down one. Any indications? I don't know if you can get inland pressure readings there, Isaac.
Let's see.
Do you know what the lowest pressure is near the storm in the eye?
Would be from one of these tracers here. If so, I don't want to show it too quickly here. In fact, I'll probably put it off screen here because I know a lot of their footage is copyrighted and I don't want to mess with that. Let's see here. If I had to guess, it's probably in the low 960s right now from them.
No, you can do that. It's in our small screen there.
Okay.
As we keep looking at this imagery here of, it looks like it's loosening up just slightly again. As we keep looking at Perry. Gradually
Pressure
moving
reading.
northeastwards.
980 millibars from Brad Arnold, which is just on the cusp of that outer eye wall, or what's left of it there on radar in Perry, downtown Perry.
Looks to me like the center's a little bit northeast of there now, though.
Yeah, it's the closest we have, it seems.
Okay.
Then Vince recorded a peak gust, looks like, of 75 miles an hour, sustained 48 right now. No pressure readings. But generally, it looks like in the 980s, high 970s from the closest readings that I'm getting here. Next closest would probably be over maybe 50 miles away from the center of the hurricane here, unfortunately.
Hello, horse. You're on the air.
Hello.
What an interesting name. Anything you'd like to tell us about Idalia right now? It's made landfall.
Gainesville reported a thunderstorm wind gust of 51 around 12:30 UTC.
12? Oh, okay, yes. 51 miles per hour. That's fairly decent for Gainesville. And a comment there about when was landfall. I think that was it's just over an hour since landfall now. Landfall occurred at about 7:45 local time. Anything else that we could do for you, horse? I mean, I guess you're just watching like we are.
Yeah.
All of this imagery. Well, thanks for joining us. Oh, everything's broken down now. Yep, thank you.
Oh, wow.
What?
So one of our contributors, Matthew, sent some
Yes.
video footage in about 2 minutes ago. I'm going to try to put it up on screen, but my computer is not playing games with me today. Let's see here if I could get it on. I'll be working on that for the next minute here.
Not playing games with me either. Playing games or whatever. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. We are here covering Hurricane Idalia, which made landfall an hour ago as a very strong Category 3 with winds of 125 miles per hour and a pressure of 949 millibars. Can't understate how powerful it was with its extraordinary landfall. This particular area has seldom seen a storm as strong as this. The only one that comes close was a storm that hit Cedar Key in 1896 and also had winds of 125 miles per hour at landfall. After that, the next highest, you'd have to look at Hurricane Easy in 1950, which made landfall near Cedar Key as well, with winds of 120 miles per hour. So it's definitely up there with regards to this storm and its impacts. An enormous storm surge that we saw on the air not long ago, and we've already made a YouTube video highlight on that, so you can re-watch that moment where that camera lost its battle with that enormous storm surge in Horseshoe Beach.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think I got it here. Very short clip, but this is from our contributor Matthew.
All right.
See some near whiteout conditions there in that short clip. Let me play it again for you. Looks like some trees down too in the background that are hard to see. But yeah, that's from our contributor Matthew.
Yeah. Well, there's a live shot of the radar right now as the storm continues northeastwards. The eastern side looks pretty bad right now from a meteorological standpoint. It's the western side that's looking much better. Perry is almost out of the inner core. Madison is about to receive it, so that's where we're up to with regards the storm's progress right now. Remind us where this camera is again.
Echo Beach, north of Keaton Beach by maybe, I think, 2-3 miles.
Deckle Beach.
Live view from there. Let's go back to Keaton Beach and see what it's looking like down there. See if the surges continue to go down. This is Fish Creek here. You can see the surges going down a little bit there. Keaton Beach. Did it go down? No, it just wasn't on the screen there. 985.6 millibars on the latest pressure reading from the sensor, and Looks like the surge height has stayed roughly the same here the past 5 minutes or so.
Yeah.
But you could see the coastline there. You couldn't see that about 20 minutes ago. It was basically near whiteout conditions, and now it's gotten less so. Again, probably occasionally some hurricane force winds associated with this here can.
Something that we often see during these storms, but thankfully we haven't seen any so far, are flash flood warnings. We haven't seen any flash flood warnings so far. Partly because this storm is moving really fast, so the rainfall amounts aren't going to be as high. But there are some flood warnings in effect right now, and I may as well read some of these out at the moment. Santa Fe River near Worthington Springs affecting Union and Alachua counties, and Santa Fe River near Olino State Park affecting Alachua and Columbia counties. That is minor flooding from Friday evening to Saturday evening. Oh, that's much later on in the week. That's interesting. Flood warning for that same area. They put all the warnings in 10 different warnings for each area. Flood warning for St. Mary's River at McClenny affecting Nassau, Baker and Charlton counties. Minor flooding forecast. Flood warning until 10:45 a.m. For Hamilton and Suwannee counties. They're expecting Suwannee River State Park and Blue Springs to receive some flooding. St. Mark's River near Newport on Old Magnolia Road affecting Leon and Wakulla counties there. They're expecting moderate flooding. And they are expecting 9.9 feet crest, and that's just about on the edge of some homes there. And Suwannee River near Wilcox affecting Gilchrist, Dixie and Levy counties. That's minor flooding expected there as well.
Yeah, if possible, real quick, could anyone possibly? I've tried to pull up live cams around the northern areas of Tampa near Hudson, the town of Hudson, but I've only been able to really get Hudson Beach, and even then the camera's down. So if possible, Nathan or anyone, could you guys send me a link to one of those cameras possibly? Because like I said, when I first joined the stream, I got family there, and their house is underwater. From what I heard at 6 a.m.
Yeah,
So,
I don't know about along the sea, but we got a live view from Interstate 75. Not sure what good that is really, but it's not too far away from Hudson. And that currently looks like this. Looks pretty normal, to be honest, actually. Although you can see in the distance, well, actually you can't. It's obscured by our radar panel. But yeah, over there on the left-hand side, there's some pooling going on in some neighbouring fields. So looks like things are getting ready to flood there. I don't know if Exit's got anything better to offer, but...
Got one from Clearwater. That's really about it.
Yeah, there really isn't anything up there.
all right. Well, I just got new information now. I'm likely going to be heading out west to Tampa and Hudson, those areas, around tomorrow. Between tomorrow and Saturday is when I'm going to be heading over there to help recovery efforts, not just for my family that was impacted greatly over there, but anyone else really that has sustained severe flooding.
There you go, our own recovery team heading out there then. One-man team seek. And of course, I'm sure your work, whatever you do, will be appreciated.
It's Clearwater Beach right now.
Ah. Well, it's a little bit floody, but doesn't look like it was anything too crazy. So clear water there, and we were just that's Steinhatchee.
So a good amount of wind gusts there.
Yep, some strong winds and water flowing in there. So, storm surge flooding conditions. How high is that?
This camera looks to be at least like 40, 50 foot up.
No, there's surge there on that building.
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I would say at least 4 foot there, surge.
All right, so here's Matthew. Matthew just wrote out what seemed to be the eye wall of the hurricane. Matthew, what's going on over there? As you've sent in some ridiculous videos.
Yeah, it's calmed down a little bit. It's still pretty crazy though. I think a tree just fell down in front of me, but like kind of far down. Yeah, thanks.
All right, so do you, besides tree damage, do you see any structure or home damage over there?
Yeah. KFC's roof is looking peeled back.
Wow.
But no, the what's the thing called? The Hardee's? The Hardee's is surviving. It's pretty tough.
A couple signs are broken though.
Oh, and signs are like getting thrown away.
Yeah, you can show that one.
We were chilling in the middle of the road and like about a dozen yard signs, like not like yard signs, but like street signs, just started flying. Had to move my car a few times to try to dodge them.
Wow.
Yeah. Only one thing is hit my car.
Look
and
at how
there's
close
branch,
we were to
so,
it. Like,
yeah.
Wow,
We're
and
on the
that's
back end now,
the
should be
power of
ending soon.
Idalia. Managing to throw street signs down the street. Not yard signs, the metal street signs you see on corners. Managed to pull them out of the ground and throw them down the street. That's insane.
Where are you right now?
Yeah, I think the highest gust that we got was about 130 mile an hour. I think that's the highest it got to. My car kind of like rocked a little bit.
Wow.
Perry City. I'm like right where I know the highway
Near Perry?
or whatever that little highway that goes through it. I'm right there. I'm facing due northwest.
If you get onto
other around here too. I talked to some guy when I went outside.
he got fucking stoked.
Well, he clearly
Sorry, I
can't
have
hear
everyone in
us.
the car with me right now. Yeah, I went outside and I talked to some guy who was in his car. He's from Kansas City and he drove all the way here for the storm. So that's the dedication.
People do that. If you go to Route 19 at Main Street, we might see you on this camera.
Maybe. And all the trees here are missing. They're basically like a lollipop now. They're losing all their smaller branches and everything like that.
We're really struggling with the signal there.
Well, it's surprising that we managed to even got out some details considering how garbled that is at times, but there you go. On the ground report from one of our own.
Yeah, that was very interesting. We're still looking at these viewpoints, but right now at Steinhatchee, which is what Isaac's looking at, it's a pretty nasty situation there as well, with substantial storm surge. Looks like that's still increasing there rather than decreasing.
Yeah, they're getting into a decently drawn band of the hurricane here. It looks like the remnants of that southeastern Iowa. They're basically getting at right now to get slammed by that, and see the water obviously pretty high. Off from the top right there, some more homes that are getting inundated by that surge along the coastline.
Whilst we're having that chat, NHC have updated and they've actually dropped all the way down to 110 miles per hour now and 957 millibars, so that's category 2. Catastrophic storm surge occurring along the coast of the Florida Big Bend and damaging winds spreading inland over northern Florida. As of 9 a.m, the position update, it looks like this: 30.2 degrees north and 83.5 degrees west. So 30 kilometers, 20 miles from Madison, 45 miles from Valdosta, Georgia. 110 miles per hour, 957 millibars as of right now. That's from NOAA radar data. Estimate minimum pressure based on surface observations. An automated weather station at Perry Airport recently reported a sustained wind of 62 miles per hour with a gust to 85. And a Florida Coastal Monitoring Program tower located near Perry recently recorded a wind gust of 81 miles per hour. And a NOAA National Ocean Service tide gauge at Cedar Key, Florida recently reported a water level of 6.8 feet above mean high water, which is an approximation of inundation in that area. So 6.8 is now the official word from what the NEC know at this time. But Steinhatchee, we're back with this imagery from Isaac showing the view, and serious storm surge continuing in that location as well. This is Force 13 Live, continuing coverage of Hurricane Idalia as it continues to move inland over parts of getting towards northern Florida now. Down to 110 miles per hour, Category 2, high end, but still a very dangerous storm. And still we expect that it will be a hurricane on the other side of or impact the East Coast region with hurricane force winds. I know we just lost that image for a second, and we'll try and get it back in a little bit. That's just
Right.
I'm gonna send a video in here. I mean, there's these places here. They're
If you
pretty
can,
messed up.
maybe you could show your camera, possibly.
Hold on. I'll see what I can do.
All right. Because still a little bit ago, we have Reynolds Wolf from the Weather Channel that's in Perry, as well as a few other pretty well-known storm chasers that are in Perry. And they have shown some pretty severe damage on the outskirts of Perry. It's mainly tree damage, significant tree damage, but there still are houses that have walls caved in.
southeast side particularly, I'm sure.
I believe so.
And this webcam that we've been looking at struggling once again.
And one of the feeder bands of Idalia, as they roll through Central Florida, they have just issued a tornado warning for one of these feeder bands to include the towns of Pasadena Hills, Zephyr Hills, and Lumberton here in west central Florida. It's a radar indicated tornado warning with pea-sized hail possible. Likely not going to see hail, but you could still see a spin up or two in that tornado warning. So if you're in that tornado warning, do please seek shelter, as not only very strong gusty winds in the feeder bands, but as well as a possible tornado could be heading your way.
The only camera still working in Perry right now is this one, which is showing still some strong winds on this traffic light pole. And on Isaac's screen there, the view from Steinhatchee right now, with a pier being sort of dismantled. And there's a vehicle on the screen that's going across the grass, which is interesting.
The damage here is pretty intense on some of the weaker structures.
Yeah.
There's just metal everywhere, and trees
Wow.
are down and debris
Yeah.
everywhere.
Saw that
I'm
image
sending
of
photos into the chat right now.
yeah, it seemed what was that, a piece of roof that was wrapped around that telephone pole? Or was that siding?
An entire gas station just fell apart.
Oh my God.
You know the overcover that you go to fill up your gas tank? It just fell apart and just went everywhere. And a house just, oh my gosh, guys, I'm gonna take a photo of this for you guys. A house just blew like over. Like it's literally on its side.
Oh my God.
I think it's like,
wow. It's upside down. Hold
If
on, I'm
this is
gonna
the
send a
kind
photo
of
right now.
petrol station build that I think it is, then that's pretty bad.
So this is the type of life-threatening, catastrophic damage that they've been describing since before the storm has even made landfall. And here you have evidence backing up what the NHC has been saying, and it's very severe.
Where can we access that right now?
Put it in the tropical chat room. I'm gonna try to get it
Wow.
This is just a reminder to not do
That
what
is
I do, alright?
that is a modular home, a small trailer basically that has been rolled into the tree line. Wow.
We have power lines down. All the electricity here is just out.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Here's one.
It's just really bad here.
Yeah,
All the car dealership's okay. Well, the auto repair
and
shop is okay.
Mark Sudduth, Hurricane Track, is in Lee, Florida, which is north of Perry, as he is now going through the eye wall that you just rode through, Matthew. So we're likely going to be seeing updates from other chasers, such as Mark Sudduth, up in those areas here in the coming minutes.
There's the images now. We didn't see the first one, is it?
An entire building just fell apart. Bricks are just everywhere. I'm sending a photo now. I'm right next to the railroad track. This is gonna take some time. Wow. This is just awful stuff.
That truck was like a major, I guess.
Wow. So we're constantly getting reports of significant damage to brick houses even in that area, and that's something else. That goes to show the raw power of this hurricane as it landfalled just to the south of Perry. And I just got a pressure reading from Storm Chaser Mark Sudduth in the town of Lee. Pressure went from 980 millibars, shot down to 964 millibars right as they entered the eye wall there.
Mm. So there's the view once again from, or was, and there's another picture. It's not good.
Wow. That is
These
something
images
else.
are all from Matthew. Let's see. Very extensive and destructive hurricane here. Here's the live camera again while I try to get some more photos.
Okay.
With great sadness, I report to you.
Hardy sign. He's discovered more damage.
McNaldo's just took a.
Oh my
It just took a massive hit.
Burger King too.
Yeah, Burger King too. All
Holy
these signs are just. Oh, this is so bad.
So that's what we're hearing right now.
And as the hours tick on by, we're going to hear more and more about the damage, the storm surge, and the winds that Idalia brought with it upon landfall in the Big Bend area of Florida. A really rare landfall in that region, too. As Nathan was saying, the last major landfall was back in sometime in the 1800s, correct?
It depends what exactly we talk about, really. For this far north, never. But near Cedar Key, 1950, Hurricane Easy.
Yeah, and Matthew, I do want to let you know, Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic is about to drive past your area as he has come past those that rolled over modular home, which was rolled off of its foundation, and it appears that another one of those modular homes were swept clean, as well as a metal carport shed that was thrown into those trees.
There's
guys, there's a telephone pole here that's
Oh shit, Matthew.
highly splintered at the end here.
Matthew, please.
Wow.
I don't want to go any further of fear of getting trapped, but this is probably gonna fall if we get one more good gust. This thing is about to collapse.
Well, get out of there if you possibly can, because it's very severe. Yeah, get out of there. Try to stay away from the power lines and trees, as you still are expected to experience the slightly weaker backside. If you've already gone through the backside, I have no idea, but the backside is very close to your area.
And visibility very poor on one of these cameras right now. Oh my goodness. This is Interstate 75 towards the northeast there. Where is that exactly now? That's probably towards Lake City. Further north, actually, it's in Hamilton County. Visibility very poor, but there's people out on the road somehow.
Yeah, there are two cars going towards the camera direction. Why they're driving in these conditions, God knows.
Yeah,
it's a Florida thing. I don't know, man.
And actually, they issued a tornado warning a little bit ago, and it does include one of our fellow contributors, Derek, who is in Dade City. Tornado warning has been issued for Dade City, and due to the feeder bands of Idalia rolling through west central Florida and then eventually heading for east central Florida, and
oh my gosh, guys. Inside.
You're cutting out severely.
You said tornado warning. Did you mean a flash flood warning? Because one of those has just been issued as well.
There's a tornado warning in effect for hold on, let me pull up the county, for Pasco County, Florida, including Dade City. And there's a tornado warning including Arcadia for DeSoto, Hardy, Manatee, and Sarasota counties in southwest Florida.
Well, a flash flood warning has been issued as well for Madison County and north central Taylor County in the Big Bend of Florida until noon. Thunderstorms producing heavy rain between 1 and 3 inches have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches. Flash flooding ongoing or expected to begin shortly. And that is including Perry as well.
National Weather Service in Tallahassee has reported the peak winds that they have received from Florida State University campus over the last hour. The gusts have been up to 50 to 60 miles an hour, with some of these gusts potentially reaching higher portions for a shorter amount of time. And they're still expecting to see some very gusty winds and heavy rain around the Tallahassee metro.
Hurricane Idalia live coverage on this storm that's still a strong Category 2 with winds of 110 miles per hour and an indicated pressure of 957 millibars from the latest National Hurricane Center update statement. In just less than 2 hours, we have our full advisory from the NHC, and we'll have another update statement in 45 minutes, and that will be the 10 a.m. update. So we've got our live camera here in Perry, which is gone quiet now. In fact, I think it's stopped.
Yeah.
And we've got the view, the storm surge view on Isaac's camera there in Keaton Beach. And that camera's... Oh, no, it hasn't. I thought that camera had moved a little bit, but it's just... I think we've increased the zoom on this.
Yep, and extreme wind warnings are still in effect for Madison and Taylor, stretching eastward to include City of Live Oak and Suwannee counties, as well as Perry. Perry's still under an extreme wind warning for Dixie, Lafayette, and Taylor counties, as well as another extreme wind warning for Dixie, Lafayette, and Taylor. This is down by further down towards the coast, include Cross City. They're still under extreme wind warnings. And they could still be seeing gusts over 80 to 90 miles an hour as the eye wall of Idalia is churning past that area.
So this storm surge, which continues to occur, although it seems to be backing away a little bit now. Do you think Isaac, it was still increasing at Steinhatchee?
That is really, it's really hard to say because I didn't really have any contextual things to go off of on that one. This one I did. In fact, on this one, the storms have gotten higher slightly in these stronger bands of the hurricane. I'm not able to see the coastline there anymore with the sand, with the water again. So it's increased for the quality here, but still very dangerous. See if I can go back to the camera. It's Fish Creek. View that, and the storm surge has increased a little bit on there too. That palm tree is more covered in storm surge, and then you can't see those little bushes that were next to it to the left there anymore. Of course, the one by Delk Beach. This one here. Yeah, the surge has increased slightly there too as well.
Yep, still quite a serious situation, compounded now by a flash flood warning, if you missed it, for an area in the western side of the storm. Perry, Greenville, and Madison are in this flash flood warning. We only have that one camera in Perry, and it keeps it's in and out all the time, so we're struggling with that right now. And there aren't really any other cameras inland that we can look at, to be honest, as far as I can tell. What we haven't looked at in a while is how the storm has been performing recently on radar, on satellite imagery. Although, I think on the Force 13 site, the satellite imagery isn't working now. But we do have the latest radar imagery, a longer loop, so you can see exactly how this happened. There it is, and it's still got that really sharp red shield on that northern side that will be producing very high amounts of rainfall in there and very strong winds. Well, it couldn't have made landfall much further north than it did, could it?
Not much.
Not much. And it's banned.
Actually, in fact, yeah, the northern stronger part is almost into Georgia now. That's rather fast.
It's going at speed. Let's give a reminder of the watches and warnings that remain in effect at this time. That was the 5 AM advisory earlier. 8 AM position took it there. And on the 11 AM advisory we'll have some more news. By the way, that 8 PM position has it a little bit further east than what they were expecting, so that might mean that it moves out to sea again a little bit quicker, probably off the coast of Georgia. And Georgia are going to get some hurricane force winds by the looks of things. I think it will just move along maybe the eastern end of that cone. Anyways, warnings that are currently in effect for those who have been away. A storm surge warning still for Englewood, northward to Indian Pass, including Tampa Bay, St. Catharines Sound, Georgia to the South Santee River, South Carolina. Hurricane warning for middle of Longboat Key, northward to Indian Pass, Florida, including Tampa Bay. The Altamaha Sound, Georgia to Edisto Beach, South Carolina. A tropical storm warning is in effect for Bonita Beach, northward to the middle of Longboat Key. And that webcam's not working again. West of Indian Pass to Mexico Beach, and Sebastian Inlet to the North Carolina-Virginia border and the Pamlico and Albemarle Sounds. Storm surge watch for Bonita Beach northward to Englewood, including Charlotte Harbor, mouth of the St. Mary's River to St. Catherine Sound, Georgia, Beaufort Inlet to Ocracoke Inlet, North Carolina, and Noosa and Pamlico Rivers in North Carolina as well. Hurricane watch for mouth of the St. Mary's River to Altamaha Sound and Edisto Beach to South Santee River, South Carolina. That's the warnings that are in effect right now. We're still looking at that maximum tide that could be up to 16 feet between the Wauchula-Jefferson County line to Yankeetown, Florida. And we may as well show you that surge graphic as well for further interests beyond Florida as well, because there is going to be some surge for the Carolinas and in Georgia. So take a look at this. 2 to 4 feet for mouth of St. Mary's River, St. Catherine Sound. 3 to 5 feet up to South Santee River. 2 to 4 feet between Beaufort Inlet and Ocracoke Inlet. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear, Matthew.
All right, cool. We're getting a little bit of another band again. It's a little bit windy
I think
again.
we're getting the backside.
But I'm gonna send some more photos. Some huge tree limbs are just down.
Yep. You're getting the backside of the inner eye wall right now.
Yeah.
Outer eye wall is just coming on shore to your south.
Yeah, his signal's choppy. That's
there he
for
goes
sure.
again.
Choppy signal there. Isaac, you're showing us another view, actual satellite imagery there, of how it's progressing right now. In fact, its whole progress as we watched it, as it was ticking towards that landfall. And you know what? I reckon a lot of people thought that its eye would properly come out, but it never did in the end.
No, it never did.
Came close though, gotta admit, especially in those earlier frames, and then it just got obscured by a big burst of convection and just stops that process whole. You see it there inland over, it looks like Live Oak there around that general region. And this is a 5-minute CONUS imagery off Go 16, so you're seeing every single frame here is one satellite image taken every 5 minutes off the Go 16 satellite.
Yeah.
Infrared.
What site is that?
But this is on radar.
All right. Yeah, it's actually occurred to me that we've got COD imagery as well that we can show you. Might want to change the sector now. Let's see if we can look at this one. There it is. As it moves inland there, the eye becoming much less visible on the satellite imagery. What was that? And still lots of cloud bubbling up, cloud tops in that northwestern side, even after landfall. So it's still putting up a fight as it moves continuously inland.
Oh, hold on 1 second.
Now, it's not just
just
the
saw something.
Atlantic that's active, it's the Western Pacific as well, because we still have Typhoon Saola, which is an extremely powerful Category 5 storm over there in the Western Pacific, and I believe there may be some more news over there right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to confirm something that popped up in chat earlier.
I can confirm it. Tropical storm Kirugi has formed well to the east of the Mariana Islands. So there are now 3 active storms in the Western Pacific. Whilst we've been waylaid with Idalia, it's all kicking off over there in the Western Pacific.
Yeah, it was earlier at the start of this coverage. It was an invest, and then about 2 hours in, it was designated 11W, and very quickly it has become a named tropical storm. And also, while we're still on the subject of the Pacific, I want to mention something quite interesting because with Seola, as as is mentioned earlier by me, it is currently heading towards the direction of Hong Kong and Macau, although not expected to make landfall in either. The interesting thing is there is a discrepancy between the Macau Weather Bureau and the Hong Kong Observatory because there is a difference in when the sun will make a close approach to those two cities. And
Right.
this difference was significant, about 15 hours, which is odd to have such a huge discrepancy. But
Can you guys hear me?
Hello.
yes, Matthew.
I'm planning on heading home.
Hmm.
Bands, and if I see anything, I'll post more photos. But I had a good day so far. Nothing went wrong. Everyone's safe. Everyone's sound. No damage to anything I own. Can't say the same for other people, sadly.
Ah.
But yeah, it's getting really crazy. Okay, here's a photo of it. Section I'm gonna send real quick. Traffic lights just look like Godzilla walked through them.
Oh man. We'll try
That's
and
an
take a
interesting
look at that in a
comparison.
minute. But thanks for your updates, and good to know that you're well. And the views here, just wanted to just finish off that bit on the typhoons. Seola there on the left hand side, Haikui on the middle system there, really blowing up some convection. And on the right hand side is that new storm, Kirigi, which is well to the east of the Marianas. So triplets in the Western Pacific right now.
Course earlier, while Idalia was still at the western tip of Cuba, there was another name storm, Damri, all the way to the north, but that storm has passed now. So yeah, the Western Pacific is certainly kicking off now.
Definitely. Isaac once again showing us the camera from what was it called again? Keaton Beach.
Yeah.
And has that surge risen again?
Seems so. It's basically right where it was when it first got that outer eye wall.
Huh.
Strangely enough. That could be due to the fact, though, that they are in a pretty decent band of the hurricane here. They're on.
Yeah,
Looks like remnants of that of an outer eye wall that was trying to form. They're in it right now, and that's probably what's contributing to the slight increase in storm surge here. A relatively slight increase, I should say. Whether it's a foot or two does not really matter for any of the people that are on the coastline right now. It's still a dangerous surge nonetheless.
Yeah. So I just got more footage out of Cedar Key. The surge is still very bad. It's still about roughly 3 feet in downtown Cedar Key, 2 to 3 feet, and there are sewer tanks floating down the street.
Oh joy.
So that goes to show no one should be out in this water, as not only hazardous waste could be in the water, such as sewage, but there could also be heavy, large, and sharp debris, such as a sewage tank.
And that is that Cedar Key as well?
Yeah.
So clear to see the flooding there, the surge there. I said flooding because I was looking at an image of flooding whilst I said that, and let's see if we can show you. It's sort of a little bit flooded. A view of Interstate 275 near St. Petersburg. Empty. I assume it's closed. Can't quite tell if that's all standing water on the right hand side or not, but still the view there in Tampa. There is a few areas that are flooded. I think on the left hand side it's just out of shot on our stream. There is a little area of flooding off the road as well by the looks of things. So quite a bit of flooding as far as I can see on the western side of Tampa Bay particularly. And back to Isaac with this imagery from, I forget the name.
Deckle Beach,
Deckle
Dekla,
Beach.
just north of Keaton.
Thomas B says, do you think we'll see another major hurricane this season in the Atlantic? I'm going to say yes. I just think it's gonna happen. Hurricane Altony Bronze says the eye is disappearing in the later frames. Yeah, you're right. The eye is disappearing on satellite, but it will still be around for a bit on radar. Looking once again at that satellite imagery, and you can see that it is diminishing in terms of its eye structure. This is Force 13 Live. National Hurricane Center will produce another update in just over 20 minutes, and then we'll have more news on that. And I imagine they'll probably bring the winds down maybe to 100 miles per hour at that next update, perhaps. We'll see what they do.
You haven't updated the bottom bar yet again, Nathan. Still saying 120.
Well, I know because it's super slow, but there it is now. There's an update, I think. There it is. 110.957. It's like half an hour after the update comes out, so we're halfway to the next one by the time. Anyway, there we go. So, latest views showing the storm surge is still impactful. The initial extreme wind warning has gone. There's still 3 in effect right now, and that's what those funky shapes are on the radar imagery. Those are the extreme wind warnings that are in effect, and there are 3. And if we just go back and zoom in again on this imagery, you'll see some of the towns. Perry is in it. Greenville is just out of it, but they are in a flash flood warning. That small little brownish outline. And Madison is in both extreme wind warning and flash flood. And actually, it looks like the flash flood warning has just been extended much further towards the north as well. Look at that. And I see there's a radar station up there as well. So let's see if we can switch now to KVAX near Naylor. Not sure exactly which town that's in. If it even loads up for me. Nope, it doesn't.
Interesting if that one holds up.
What's that?
That's basically going to be. I said it's going to be interesting if that one holds up because that's basically going to get into the inner core of that hurricane soon here in the next hour or two. So we'll see if it goes offline or if it stays up.
It's not letting me select it. I think it's the app that's bugging out right now. But let's see if let's get info on that flash flood warning then. So a new flash flood warning. That's that second shape at the top. Includes Valdosta, by the way. Southeastern Brooks County and Lowndes County, I think it is, in south central Georgia until 12:45 p.m. Between half an inch and 2 inches of rain have fallen so far, and we're expecting additional amounts of 1 to 4 inches in the warned area. Flash flooding ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Valdosta, Lake Park, I-75 at exit 16, Moody Air Force Base, Remerton, Dasher, Valdosta Regional Airport, I-75 at exit 11, Kinderloo, Clyattville, Twin Lakes, I-75 at exit 5, Barretts, Naylor, and Nankin. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles.
Yeah, and as of 1 minute ago, power outages have just been updated. Over 245,000 people in the state of Florida are without power, directly due to Idalia, as in some places winds are easily gusting over hurricane force still. and very dangerous. And 1 minute ago, we just got a surge reading of 6.352 feet in Cedar Key, 2.064 feet in Panama City, 2.34 feet, or 2.343 feet in Panama City Beach, and 1.5 feet just to the north of that.
Panama City, 2 feet. I think that's more than expected, isn't it?
I believe they were calling about 2 to 3 feet of surge.
Really?
Yes, I believe so.
So right now the latest information is that Idalia is 110 miles per hour, category 2, but still a very powerful storm and dangerous. It looks like I've exhausted all of my road cams in Florida now. I think they're either all down or they're all behind the storm. So I'm just going to see what we can find in Georgia now as we go back to Isaac's imagery showing the view there at Deckle Beach. Was it Deckle Beach? I'm never going to remember that. So there it is.
There's the little black dot there is where the radar dome is at. And it's basically going straight for the Moody Air Force Base radar. So I wonder if it's gonna pull Earth or not. Probably won't be anything to the degree of what happened with the Lake Charles radar, but still we might lose some communications with it in that intense inner eye wall. And go back to the camera here if I could get my computer running.
Yeah, it actually doesn't look like Georgia really has any streaming cameras.
Even in Valdosta.
I was looking at road cams first, but I'll try some other sources. But in the meantime, that's the situation right now. It's still mainly Florida, but Georgia is now in some warnings, and some of the core is crossing the border. Valdosta in a flash flood warning. Send in your comments and questions live on the air. We're here. Not really sure how long till. Probably until the 4 p.m. Till that's my time. Till the 11 a.m. advisory, and then we'll probably conclude. But still a very dangerous storm occurring at this time.
All the using I'm seeing from Valdosta are like the webcams that update every 5 to 10 minutes at best. And they're mostly pointed towards the sky.
Yes. I'm just looking at some cameras on the East Coast as well, and it's windy there too, you know. I'm looking at a camera in coastal Georgia, and it's pretty windy.
We're going to get into those stronger fans, especially like if you're by and Waycross, we get into starting to get into the thick of it here soon. Lakeland, they're about to get into that inner eye wall there, and then Lakeland's already in it.
We'll get an update in 15 minutes from the National Hurricane Center, and they will obviously have an update with we're expecting lower winds again, I would say. Can't see why not.
I'll say probably like 90, 100 in this latest next update.
Really? 90 even?
Perhaps so. But I think 100 would be a more reasonable estimate to go with.
Now, question, how big is Idalia now compared to yesterday before it made landfall? Oh, I've not been watching the wind fields.
I think it's actually what I remember reading and seeing, and I could be wrong. It was actually slightly wider. Then it got more organized, and the core tightened up a little bit more. And then it looked like it was trying to go under an eyewall piston cycle, basically at landfall, and so it expanded slightly. And so, the wind force radius, I wouldn't know off the top of my head. I'm sure if you go back at the older National Hurricane Center advisories, you're probably able to see that. But yeah, yesterday was relatively small. Then it increased a little bit. I don't know. It was relatively what it was probably about as big as it is right now. Then it decreased as it got stronger, and it had an eyewall piston cycle, and then it increased. So it basically went through like waves up and down in terms of how big that wind field was throughout the past 24 hours.
So, extreme wind warnings remain in effect for 3 different shapes, and quite a few counties, I'd imagine. Very dangerous situation still, as we watch that storm surge continuing, and still hasn't relented at all, to be honest. When we look at that imagery, that's in Keaton Beach, which saw the eye of the storm, and goodness knows what it's like at Horseshoe Beach now. If you missed it earlier, we were watching that, and we saw on the webcam there that the surge was enormous, probably 10 feet, and it was washing away everything before it, really. And it didn't wash away the camera, but stuff that got, like a building in front of it that got,
Yeah, it was
blown
the
over.
debris that knocked over whatever the camera was mounted on. That's
Yeah,
what
not the
did it
camera.
in.
And you can watch that back on our one of our videos on YouTube here. We've got that out there.
And speaking of videos, I saw that Ethan is working on a short form update for Idalia post landfall. So if anyone want a more concise and short update regarding Idalia, you could look forward to that
Who did that?
relatively soonish. Yeah, he posted a thumbnail, so I could only assume
Who's that, sorry?
he's in process of making it there. Ethan.
Ethan. I can see there's a 5-minute video going up, so there's an update.
Oh, okay, there he goes.
Yeah. It's a busy day. And of course we had an update last night whilst it was strengthening as well, so we've really been covering it all during the course of these last, how long have we been on the air now? We've been here for about
16 hours-ish. Almost 17, I think.
17 hours nearly, yeah. And that's 17 hours of commentary. I think that's our maybe 3rd longest non-stop commentary that we've ever done. It just had to go that way because this storm was making landfall at this time of day. We really wanted to be on top of it during the overnight hours. We don't normally do that. But there we have it. So we'll be here until the next full advisory from the NHC, which is 11 AM, and that's when we'll conclude our coverage. That's in just over an hour. And there'll be another position update shortly in 10 minutes. But in the meantime, we're just still watching all of this surge going on, and the radar continuing, and still strong returns in that radar northwestern side. Some deep red shades still, although I think the area of those red shades is decreasing, and so we are looking at general weakening that's ongoing right now. And if we look closer at that radar imagery, you'll see what I'm talking about, but also big concern about those 2 flash flood warnings that are in place now for basically everywhere west of the eye center right now. And to reiterate quickly those flash flood warnings, it's for Madison County, north central Taylor County, southeastern Brooks County, and Lowndes County in Florida and over the border in Georgia. Ari says, do you guys think Idalia will go back out to sea and swing back to Florida as a hurricane again? Please no.
No. That it will. If it were to swing back, it would not. It would never hit hurricane status again. If it were to swing back, which is seeming less and less likely as models are trending away from the loop.
Yeah, it's more towards Bermuda now that needs to watch this.
Yep, Bermuda, and maybe the northeast U.S. as the remains of Idalia could become fairly intense and push back west towards the northeast.
Really?
Yeah. GFS is a great example of it at 06Z.
GFS has it hitting Bermuda now. And then it does spin back towards, oh my goodness. And that might still be tropical.
There's the potential for subtropical or tropical impacts around New Jersey and maybe even Long Island if the storm does push up into the northeast.
That would be 9 days away, though, if that happens.
That is 9 days away, so there's plenty of wiggle room, and we shouldn't really take it too seriously.
No. I'm just having a quick look at some of these models. Wow, that's a crazy GFS run. ECMWF takes it... Oh, is it still looping on that? Well, 6C doesn't go out far enough. 0, it's very close. And just checking models, could be another storm on the way in a week or so, but we're not sure yet.
Yes, as ensembles have been pointing towards that.
But if the loop scenario wins the day, then it's going to be a very weak system if it does move back into Florida. I mean,
if anything,
think Island, I suppose, but
anything should, if it were to do a loop, which seems unlikely now, even NHC agrees with it as they have put Bermuda under the cone. But if that were to happen, it would likely only reach low tropical storm status.
A comment, hello from Panama City, Florida. It's bright and sunny over here getting the north. When I took lots of videos, the tide is really coming up high. Getting the north, I'm not sure what that means. Does that mean surge? I think they maybe meant to write surge, I don't know. But the tide is coming up high apparently. And comments in there as well asking for landfall probabilities in China and Hong Kong for Typhoon Seola. We haven't forgotten that there is a very powerful typhoon active as at the same time as Idalia. And it's a bit of a travesty that we haven't been able to give it the coverage that we probably wanted to. A Category 5 typhoon over there in the Western Pacific on the left-hand side. Now, we can be able to bring up some wind speed probabilities then, as requested, and show you what it's looking like. Let me just get this right now. So these are the RAM probabilities, which I often use for the Western Pacific, and it shows here, same color as the National Hurricane Center's colors, if those are familiar to you, but I'll walk you through some of these places. So Shantou there is around 85% probably, and then further west, Shanwei, probably around 75%, and then on to Hong Kong, which is around 70%, but the eastern tip of Hong Kong could be around 80%. The western part of Hong Kong, where the airport is, probably around 60 to 65%. Up towards the northwest to Guangzhou, probably around 35 to 40% chance. And further along the coast, well, of course, there's Macau as well, 60 to 65% chance there. And towards the Leetsu Peninsula, Zhanjiang, Guangdong, looking at probably about 10 to 15% maximum, and for Hainan Island, saying about 10% as well. You'll notice a lot of color to the top right there too for Taiwan. That is because of the other storm, Tropical Storm Haikui, which will be heading northwestwards through the Ryukyu Islands, we think, and could pose a risk to eastern China later on in the forecast. But that's a quick look at those wind probs for Typhoon Seola.
What I can say is, in terms of additional information, there is an updated statement from the Hong Kong Observatory. Currently, there is a standby signal number 1 in effect for Hong Kong, and in this updated statement, the observatory has said that they will issue a strong wind signal number 3 sometime tomorrow. So it's certainly ramping up when it comes to Hong Kong's sake.
How much rainfall did parts of Florida get when Idalia made landfall and before? The places where the flash flood warnings are, they're saying I think 1 to 3 inches have fallen so far, and they're expecting another 1 to 3 inches for that southern flash flood warning. The northern one, they haven't had much rain so far, but it's starting to increase now. Of course, the storm is right over there. So, trying to figure out where the center of this is now. I'm starting to lose track of it a little bit on this radar. It must be right next to Madison there.
Should be, but it's becoming less and less defined as we go on.
It is. Eastern side very bare, but that could just be the radar that I'm using. I did want to change, but it won't let me. So I'll try and reload my app, and in the meantime, we'll look at Isaac's screen there and any more info from our team. Oh, look at that!
I don't think we've gone over it, but there's a possibility we could have gone over it, as I have been on and off this stream attending other things. But for folks from just south of Savannah, just to the north of Wilmington, on the coast of North Carolina and those areas, you're under an enhanced risk of severe weather today, level 3 out of 5. 10% tornado threat and 5% wind threat. The tornado threat will definitely be the main player as the feeder bands, and then eventually the remains of the core of Idalia roll over those areas.
Right, I didn't know that. So, tornado threat there, enhanced risk. Alright, it'll let me select KVAX now on that radar. So here it is, close-up view again, and this radar site is very close to the center of the storm, and it would look to me as though the eye is right next to Madison and Lee. Looks like it's gone right between the two. Update from the National Hurricane Center. They're giving 105 mile per hour winds at the 10 a.m. update. Damaging winds spreading into southern Georgia. NOAA radar data indicates that the maximum sustained winds are 105 miles per hour with higher gusts. The estimated minimum pressure now is 964 millibars. A sustained wind of 39 with a wind gust to 63 was recently reported at the airport in Valdosta, Georgia. An unofficial automated observing site at Madison High School in Madison reported a wind gust to 67. So that's the latest at 10 a.m. and we'll have their full advisory and the final thing that we'll be doing on today's stream at 11. So stay tuned for that. So just about to reach 10 o'clock here on the US East Coast, and Idalia is still weakening, much more slowly than we'd like it to. Be nice if it was gone, you know, right now. That would be good. But no, 105 miles per hour is still what they're going with, and that's just how it is. It made landfall as a strong Category 3 earlier this morning at 7:45 a.m. and it struck as a high-end Category 3, just short of Category 4 status, which it earlier did reach when it was on its approach. I didn't know we had a blank screen there. We're back. And a lot of noise in the background as well, because all of these connections are messing up. But we're all right. That's a view there in, once again, that's looking at Keaton Beach. Yeah. Keaton Beach with those waves continuing to rush in. And is that high? That's higher than before, isn't it? Still?
About the same. Like it's still
I
washing up on those.
believe it should be expecting to rise a little bit as they are entering high tide, as well as
That
Tampa. So
is,
Tampa is going to be expecting the worst of its surge and flooding this afternoon, as that's when their high tide is going to peak.
Right.
And actually,
Thanks.
Nathan, I just oh, go ahead, Isaac. What do you
I
say?
was gonna say to think that this could have made landfall right around now this time. I know some models are saying as late as 10 in the morning Eastern. And had it made
Yeah, that
landfall around this
was.
time, plus that high tide, that would have been something exceptional, and probably even worse than what it is now. Not to damper it, but it could have been even worse had that high tide have been at the exact same time of landfall. But go ahead, Farhan.
Yeah, well, to just quickly add to what you said, as I said when I first joined in, it's really quite surprised that it has made landfall a bit faster than what we thought when we started this coverage. But anyway, what I was going to say is, Nathan, I forgot to tell you, when you were on your first shift, I told you that by the time you go off, like we would have gotten a Philippine name. Turns out it's been moving quite a bit slower than expected, and it hasn't entered the par when you got off at about 11 a.m. Philippine time, and from the Philippines only the Philippine area of responsibility and getting a Philippine name. 11 p.m. Philippine time will probably also be the last update from Pagasa for Saola or Goring. They switched to 6-hourly update after you got off, and this last upcoming 11 p.m. one is probably going to be the last one as it is exiting the Philippine area of responsibility. Currently, there's just only Signal 1 warnings across the boards from areas that used to have 2 to 5 previously, but with that final advisory, you will probably just all cancelled warning, except for the rain.
View of that major storm surge and washing away those boats out of control and hitting that bridge. Lots of difficulties right now. Let's try and get some other stuff right now. Just seeing what else we can find. But it's very obvious to see what's been going on. Here's a camera that Isaac was showing earlier, showing some of that storm surge that was going on at Steinhatchee.
And here's the other one, the wider one.
Yeah, that's the one we're looking at there. This was an earlier view. And you've got the live view right now.
I think the surge has gone down a tad, but I'm able to see more of the.
I think it has, yes. It's gone down quite a bit, actually.
Good morning, afternoon.
Oh, that's Oscar. Hello, welcome.
Hello, I've just woken up. I woke up a bit late and I've been filling myself in on this horrible situation.
Here's another view of storm surge earlier on as well. Not much you can see there, but still crazy conditions that we saw earlier this morning. And if you did miss it, we did publish a video of the moment that one of the cameras got almost swept away, but by other things that were getting swept away in the Horseshoe Beach surge, which was absolutely enormous and would undoubtedly have been terrifying and probably unsurvivable if you were there. And there's also a view here from Cross City, where there is also flooding and surge here as well.
Yeah, we have reports that You shouldn't be attending this at all if you're in Perry or Madison, but we have reports in Perry and Madison that the Waffle Houses are still open.
Oh man.
So if you're in Perry and Madison, don't leave your house right now as you're still dealing with very heavy winds and rain. Even though Waffle House may sound appetizing after a huge hurricane such as this, don't attend.
No. Why? Oh my god.
Well,
These
No.
even once conditions have gotten better, which I don't imagine they will for at least a couple more hours. Please, if you're going out, be careful of downed power lines. They may still be live. And
Well, when it
if
comes
you touch
the
them,
rain,
there's a damaged house there. Believe that was at Keaton Beach. And back to the screen that Isaac is showing us at Steinhatchee right now. This is Force 13 Live. It's going to be our final hour of continuous coverage here up until the 11 a.m. National Hurricane Center advisory.
Pretty incredible for a short time. There's two major hurricanes ongoing in the Atlantic. We had, of course, Hurricane Franklin, and then we had this one here, Hurricane Idalia. Both major hurricanes for a short period of time earlier this morning, and
yeah, Franklin.
still alive. Both of them still very much alive. Idalia, unfortunately, was the one that everybody was watching that made landfall, and Franklin stayed out to sea for the most part, although it did hit Hispaniola early in its life as a tropical storm. Other than that, it wasn't as impactful as obviously Idalia is right now, as we're seeing on the past few webcams that we've been going on and touring around the stream.
Yeah, Franklin has also been pretty much forgotten for the second half of the coverage, but it did give it its best try to Category 5.
Oh, it did.
Didn't reach there as far as official estimates go, although your personal own estimates could vary depending on your own opinion. But yeah, it certainly was a part of the story of this frankly crazy week of tropical activity pretty much across the northern hemisphere, from very much one end of the western end of the Western Pacific all the way until the central Atlantic. Crazy stuff, really.
Not to mention that there's a tropical storm warning in effect for Bermuda because of just the expanse of Franklin to Winfield as it passes to the northwest of the island of the island there. But yeah, pretty remarkable to see, especially in those two locations, to see two simultaneous majors at the same time. It's remarkable, and an El Nino, mind you, as well on top of that, where usually activity would be pretty suppressed, but not fully out of the question, at the realm of possibility. But we saw that overnight tonight with those two hurricanes, and then on top of that, we had I think it's tropical depression 10, or what is it? To the east of 11, tropical depression 11 to the east of Franklin. That was forecast to become a short-lived tropical storm, but I think the last update showed it staying at tropical depression status. So just a very busy Atlantic, and then of course over in the Western Pacific, a busy Western Pacific now. On top of that, with the major supertyphoon Shaola north of the Philippines, moving west.
And during the first half of this coverage, we did often return to Saola quite a bit, as it was still passing north of Luzon, and as I and Nathan got off, Idalia sort of taken center stage. Although I suppose it's not too bad because at that point Saola was moving into the South China Sea, and due to its projected track, it is, as I said, a bit out in the way of any land masses other than the rain for At least 24 hours until it gets close to Hong Kong and Macau.
So, a reminder right now that there are still extreme wind warnings in effect for 2 of these areas. Places that are within that warning still are Mayo, Perry, Madison, and Lee on these images here. And there are 2 flash flood warnings that are in effect for Madison County and north central Taylor County in the Big Bend, Florida, and for southeastern Brooks County and Lowndes County in south central Georgia. Flash flood warnings in effect. There could be substantial flooding. Unfortunately, there are no cameras in these locations that I can access, so
I've just come across an image of a partially destroyed house.
Is it from Keaton Beach? If it is, then I think Nathan already showed it.
I'm not
Possibly.
sure.
I'm sure there's going to be more than one, so...
yeah. I'll put it in live output, so...
Sure. I'll take a look at that, and anything interesting, and we'll show it live on the air. And as a matter of fact, let's just do a little reminder and show you what happened earlier. This is the landfall sitrep that Force 13 produced when Idalia made landfall. That's what it looked like when it did do that, with winds of 125 miles per hour and a pressure of 949 millibars. That was at 7:45 a.m. this morning Eastern Time. Landfall as a high-end Category 3. And oh yes, that's a very similar image that we saw actually. It is the same building, but actually a better quality image. So that's
It's zoomed out, but it's definitely the same house because I recognize the bed that's exposed there. It is definitely the same. It's just a wider shot.
Yeah, so really interesting. Although curious to see that the other buildings nearby had very little damage. Why was that one selected? I don't know.
That is curious indeed.
The numerous number of factors could have come into play. It could have been not as well built as the one on the right. It could have been a mesovortex that just snuck up and hit it, or God forbid a tornado. I guess we'll find out in maybe another 12 to 24 hours.
All right, let's go back to the live shot from Steinhatchee right now with Isaac, and that's the view of this major storm surge event which is continuing, and that water's still, well, it looks like it's rushing in, but overall the water level is dropping.
Yeah, it's leveled off probably a good foot or two here. Still, but pretty high in the scheme of things, but nowhere near what it was 15 minutes ago now. The wind's probably gusting still occasionally to a hurricane force, probably sustained if I would take a gander, maybe 60 miles an hour or so. That's Steinhatchee, you can see here. And or to show something really quick. This is a wide view of both. Sorry for the white refresh there. This is both hurricanes Franklin, obviously Hurricane Idalia as an landfall this morning, with the twin hurricanes right now. And you can see just the massive influence that Idalia now has with the expanding cloud cover going center basically from all the way from Virginia, North Carolina, all the way far down, obviously, as far down to Tampa. So, towards as far west as Alabama there.
Here's some imagery from earlier with the storm surge. This was from 8:20 a.m. and I think that's at Keaton Beach. So just some shots here of the storm surge.
That's pretty dangerous stuff there.
Yeah, quite a few different sets of images here with the wind, and well, you can just see there just how it was impacting those. There's that drone footage as well of that building that appears to have emerged recently. So a very powerful impact, quite clearly. Man, they're getting up close and personal on that bed, aren't they? Gosh. I'm not sure how I'd feel about people getting up and close and personal in my destroyed house, but, well, that's what they did. Anyway, back to the latest radar imagery. This is how it looks right now. And the storm moving northeastward still at this point. And I think we've got a little view here of what the rainfall was like at its height as well. Although I've got stuck now. What was that? Yep, so that was a video earlier on as well there. This is Force 13 Live. It's 10:15, and we will have a full update from the National Hurricane Center at the end of this hour, and then we will conclude our live coverage. The second extreme wind warning has expired, so it's just one now that's still in effect, and that's that northern one, which is impacting Madison and Lee. And the storm still with pace there, moving northeastwards. Valdosta really getting in this right now by the looks of things. I'll just do one last check and see if there's any cameras out there in Valdosta. But
in the doing that, I would like to come in with breaking information. We have, unfortunately, now 2 confirmed fatalities from Hurricane Idalia, 2 in Florida, 1 in Alachua County, and 1 in Pasco County as of 9:09 in the morning, or 10:09 in the morning, rather, Eastern. 2 fatalities so far from Hurricane Idalia.
Well, that's the news that I'm sure we all expected but don't want to hear. But well, there it goes. Rest in peace to those 2 people.
Another report of a mesovort probe that was stationed in Keaton Beach recorded a pressure down to 949.63 millibars before 15 minutes before the hurricane made landfall. So that's some interesting data that they collected just there. Right now it's in Keaton Beach, 949.6.
Yeah, all I'm seeing in that area is just still images, and it just basically cloud. So there's not really much to see.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Just cameras that face the sky and only update like every 5-10 minutes if we're lucky. So as far as live cameras, other than maybe from storm chasers that are still chasing it far inland here, I think we're running thin on them, unfortunately. The one from Keaton Beach, however, still looks pretty decent. The surge is still as high as it was 15 minutes ago, still up there. Of course, the winds have died down significantly compared to how they were probably about an hour ago now, but some surge is still very much present in the area.
There it is. Yeah, still quite dangerous. And we're really just waiting at this point for that new update from the National Hurricane Center, although it will be quite some time yet, about 40 minutes before they issue it. And we'll also get to see the new forecast cone if we stay on a little bit longer. So we'll wait and see what happens with that. But right now we're just still watching all of this storm surge flooding occurring, and it's been a devastating morning for a lot of this coastline all around that Florida Big Bend area and even further south, with parts of Tampa Bay area flooded as well that we've seen. But flash flood warnings in effect still on the western side of the storm's eye as it is right now. Valdosta particularly underneath that flash flood warning, so a concern there. Landfall occurred at 7:45 a.m. and the landfall was 125 miles an hour and its pressure at landfall was 949. Earlier than that, it peaked as a 130 mile per hour category 4 and it had a pressure at peak of 940. And goodness me, didn't Recon do a good job during this storm? They were everywhere.
Certainly.
Yeah, they had it all planned out and ready to go, and we didn't really have any major issues as far as communications went through, or as much as planes have to go back compared to other events. So we got a good data set from this hurricane as it's making landfall and strengthening even. So that's going to be very, very useful for when postseason analysis comes in a few months' time, probably by next year.
Certainly, I think Patrick and Jonesy very much appreciate how active and thorough Recon is, because that's probably the bulk of their discussion material throughout the overnight shift. So
Oh yeah, well,
I'm sure
yes.
they very much appreciate it.
Oh dear, yeah. Well, we're still watching that surge right now, and that will go down as being the standout moment from this storm was when that surge really battered Horseshoe Beach, which, well, I don't think we've heard from, have we?
No, it's stayed down since I last showed it. Hasn't gone back up. I could check it again just to be sure, but pretty sure it's still down. It's down there.
And Horseshoe Beach is a very exposed area along that coast, really. And it's a very small community. It just makes you wonder whether, large parts of it might be gone for good.
Yeah, it's not even showing up on my screen. The closest to it would be Steinhatchee here. This is the current view of that, of the waves crashing onto shoreline. So that camera did have a good run, though. I was able to get some good video out before it got knocked down by those debris, it looks like.
Steinhatchee is a little bit more tucked in, so it's got a little bit of a better ride through this storm, and there was significant storm surge there, but nowhere near as high as Horseshoe Beach.
And we're certainly not seeing any big wave in Steinhatchee, unlike in Horseshoe, and water is definitely coming in from the view we've been seeing, but no big waves such as we see in Horseshoe. So that's probably why, for the most part, the structures there are fine in Steinhatchee.
Quite a lot flooded out, though.
Certainly.
If you want to join in on our coverage, we are still doing a phone-in format as well. You can join in with that by calling in. Let's see if we can talk to Mike right now, who's in West Central Florida. Hello, Mike. Might have to wait a moment for Mike to connect with us, but people are welcome to do that. Hello, Mike. Welcome.
Hello.
What's the news there?
So basically I had a lot of tornado warnings last night. So I made sure to keep my alarm going at least every hour, just to check in, to see how everything was doing. And I was wondering if there were still possible tornadic supercells headed towards the Central Florida Polk County area.
I don't think so. I'll double check that. Let me check radar here. If we look at the broad radar view, most of it is through. Might be a small chance for one or two little bits, but I would doubt it. But I wouldn't stray too far from home.
Okay. Well, I was just wondering, so thank you.
Thanks for the call. That's Mike over there near, I think, Lakeland. And this radar showing that the storm continues to move northeast, about to reach the Georgia border. And there's just been another flash flood warning issued as well. You can see it by the new outline on the left-hand side, left of Valdosta. And actually, is that another one that's just come in north of there? Yes, two actually. So 3 new flash flood warnings have just been issued, all at the same time pretty much, at 10:10. Well, that's... Oh no, there's loads. Hold on a minute. Let's catch up with some flash flood warnings. I think we're a little bit behind now. At 10:06, they issued a new flash flood warning for northwestern Hamilton County in northern Florida. Mainly rural areas. At 10:10, they issued a flash flood warning for western Eccles County in southeastern Georgia, and Statenville and Mayday will be affected by that. At 10:17, they issued a flash flood warning for northeastern Jefferson County in Big Bend, Florida, northwestern Madison County, Brooks County, northwestern Lowndes County, and southeastern Thomas County in Georgia. That's the big shape, I take it then, until 12:45. They're saying that between 2 and 4 inches of rain have already fallen, and they're expecting additional amounts of 1 to 2 inches in that warned area. Flash flooding ongoing or expected to begin shortly, including a lot of places: Monticello, Quitman, Valdosta, Hahira, Boston, Pavo, Morven, Barwick, Dixie, Pidcock, Brooks County Airport, Grooverville, Empress, Oaklawn, Asheville, Lovett, Everett, Blue Springs, Dills, and Hollis. Turn around, don't drown. At 10:24, they also issued a warning for Lanier County in south central Georgia until 1:30. They're expecting an additional 2 to 4 inches of rain there, and that is for Lakeland, Moody Air Force Base, Meigs, Hansel, Courthouse, Teeterville, Stockton, and Greenwood. So lots of flash flood warnings developing at this time in the wake or in the process of the passage of Idalia. 105 miles per hour, 964 millibars at their last update. National Hurricane Center will update again in half an hour.
It's good.
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 Yes, Xgurt came back on the automated system.
Oh, for God's sake.
For God's sake, indeed. That was my thought.
We also have 2 other areas nearby there as we're talking about it. Yeah, so you got Gert there at a 10% chance of developing, and we got the wave that came off Africa. I think it was 2 days ago now, that has a 40% chance of development throughout the next 48 hours. And throughout the next 7 days has a medium 60% chance of formation. And if that one gets named before 11, that the next name up would be Jose. And see if that happens or not.
Well,
the name after Jose is Katia.
I only got one thing to say about that. No way, Jose. Oh, dear.
The battle of the Jose's. We'll see which one decides to get the name first. If they do get it, that is. And then, of course, the main event, Idalia right now. Inland. Approaching Georgia right now. Well, actually, it's basically right on the Georgia-Florida state line as we speak.
Yeah, nearly there.
Franklin still out by Bermuda, slowly weakening. A very, very large hurricane. And then Typhoon Seola, which officially is not a Category 5 for whatever strange reason. The JTWC has it as a 150 mile an hour Cat 4, which I find just bizarre given how it had a T.7 rating
Baffling.
for quite a while and they just ignored it.
Well, I'm sure our analyst team will have a long talk with you. You ask them
Yeah.
about WC. They were quite angry from our internal chat in the convener's hub, but you know,
Angry.
it is how it is.
Then you have Haiku, which is poised to strengthen again on approach to the Japanese islands. And then we got Tropical Storm 11 on top of that,
Oh,
too.
it has been named Isaac. It
Oh,
has
well,
been named Hirogi.
Yes.
Kurogi. So that's been named Kurogi. So we have 3 named systems in the Western Pacific right now, and we have 3 named ships. Not 3 named, but 3 systems in the Atlantic, 2 named and 1 not named in the Atlantic right now.
Wait,
So even without Idalia, we've got a very busy tropics. It's been a terrible few
Yeah.
days, really, but trying to track all of this. There's been so much going on.
What's the info on Kurogi?
Well, it's just been named.
Kirogi is what I often called the satellite storm on my model runs.
Is what's the wind and pressure for that?
40 knots, which is about, I think, 45 miles an hour to pressure,
45, yeah.
997 millibars.
9 what?
997 millibars.
997 millibars, thank you.
And there they are, all 3 of them there in the Western Pacific, active. Once we're here, visible sandwich imagery of Idalia. And on satellite, at least, it looks like it's crossed the border. But radar, I think it's still not there yet.
If I had to take a gander to eye.
Actually, it looks like it's right on the border now, radar. Which is what Isaac said before, anyway. So,
if I had to take a guess, it's probably right around Jennings right now in Florida, on the Florida-Georgia border, right there. Very, very close. And I wonder if the National Hurricane Center is going to have it over Georgia in their next update in 30 minutes' time, or if they're going to still have it in Florida. We'll see on that. So far, though, the radar and the Moody Air Force Base radar stayed up. Hopefully that stays the case.
oh, is that radar site?
KVAX's Moody Air Force Base in Georgia.
Just looking at radar now, actually, it's clearly into Georgia now. You see a little hook there where the center must be, right? Over Lake Park.
Yep.
That looks like it to me. So, looks quite clear that it is in Georgia now. Let's see if we can get some callers. I believe Hurricane Dora is waiting.
Oh.
Oh?
That needs to change.
Yeah, that does need to change, actually. Our server policy is to not have hurricane names as your username, but... well,
They slipped through.
Slipped through the cracks. But apparently they're not here anyway. Weatherman, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi.
Hi. So I have a question about how Perry, Florida was affected.
How what, sorry?
How was Perry, Florida affected?
Well, from what we heard and what we saw from Matthew earlier, there was some substantial damage. Some prefab homes being, well, destroyed or, completely shifted off its foundations. Well, not really foundations, but you get the idea. And they're in a flash flood warning now, so there could be some flooding concerns. And they had really strong winds, probably nearly 100 miles an hour.
There's actually there's been a spotter report for that area actually within the past 15 minutes, and they state roofs ripped off numerous structures, a few complete collapsed buildings, mainly metal structures. And that was as of about 15 minutes ago in Perry.
because one of my friends live there, so, and I can't get in contact with him.
Uh-huh. Well, I imagine communications might be down there. The power went out, so I usually you'll hear from people when things get back up and running within a few hours, hopefully.
It's amazing that we even got as much as we did from Matthew, considering Perry was quite severely affected from the cameras that we were able to view from. The fact that we managed to get so much from is quite remarkable.
Anything else you wanted to add, Weatherman?
No, thank you guys.
Okay, thanks.
We have 2 more.
Somewhere.
Yeah, I've just invited one of them.
Louis
up,
Avery
so-
says, my area of southeast Cedar Key was spared. Just some broken windows and messed up trees and other trees down. Small damage to buildings such as gutters hanging off. That's what they said.
We have Horse.
They've upgraded the Valdosta flash flood warning to considerable.
Ooh.
Oh,
So
that's certainly news.
Let me have a little look at that right now. Yeah, 10:33. Flash flood warning remains in effect until 12:45 for southeastern Brooks and Lowndes counties. They're expecting between 1 to 3 inches further, and they're saying that 2 to 4 inches has already fallen. Life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. So damage threat considerable. And we're still looking at surge here that's been affecting Keaton Beach ever since landfall. Henry Channel says that they're such a fan of Force 13, I learned how to do storm animations on my channel, apparently. That's good to know. Well, we appreciate you joining us today for this stream. We will be finishing up when the National Hurricane Center produce their next update, and we provide a few closing thoughts. But it's been a bit of a roller coaster of a ride for this storm during the last, getting on for 18 hours. It's been a very busy period. And obviously devastating for some of these communities along the coast. Is the tornado warning still in effect in North Carolina? Tornado warning?
Tornado warning, what?
Tornado warning. Let's see.
Yeah, there's one to the west of Savannah right now.
Yeah, there's one in Georgia, but
Georgia?
none in the Carolinas.
So, Georgia, but not the Carolinas. Just so that you're aware there. Yeah, I see that, just near Savannah.
We need a decent rotation to it.
The Carolinas are prepped for quite a lot of flooding there as well, by the looks of things. There's lots of flood watches and a couple of flood warnings out over in that area as well.
They could also receive a bit of storm surge depending on how south
Mhm.
it goes, because the southern wind field is just going to be pulling in. It's just the onshore flow associated with Idalia is just going to pull water. It's just going to cause surge, albeit not as severe, along the coast of the Carolinas.
Not Mr. Popular says here in Atlanta there's clouds from Idalia but no rain or TS winds. I don't think you'll get much of either, if we're being honest there.
Atlanta is quite far and away from where the storm is going to be tracking over Georgia, so you're probably not going to be seeing much.
The storm's in the same state now, though. But, yeah, quite a distance from Atlanta. Macon is getting a little bit of rain right now, though. So we continue to look at this surge that is impacting Keaton Beach at this time. Force 13 Live, we're here until the next update from the National Hurricane Center, which is well on its way in about 20 minutes' time, and then we'll hear what they've got to say. But it would appear that there'll be no more need for any more extreme wind warnings. They've not added any in Georgia, so I think that last one in Florida will end up expiring soon. Not sure when it was due to expire. In fact, it's due to expire at 11:15.
I think extreme wind warnings are for, I'm not sure if it's gust or sustained, but it's for over 115 miles an hour, which
Yeah, it's for 1 minute major hurricane sustained.
Yeah,
Certainly
and the
not
storm
that
doesn't sustain
anymore.
that anymore, so that should be dropped.
Just like to mention really quick that when we were watching the Horseshoe Beach camera, I just got some new information that camera was placed at least 10 feet above sea level, and the water was hitting the camera at the end of it. So
yeah,
at least 10-foot surge we were seeing there.
Well, you could tell off
Yeah.
that building in front of it. That was about 9 feet. So, yeah, that sounds about right. And who knows, it may have even got higher afterwards. We'll never, well, we won't see. We might find out, but we won't know from that camera. Yeah, it's a surreal experience watching that live.
One of our nitro boosters has said, "Thank you for all the coverage on this Force 13 team. You're welcome. Just passing along an update from the Nature Coast, Hernando and Pasco counties in Florida. Significant surge. I have friends along the coast that are currently stuck and waiting for waters to recede. A few power outages inland, and the flash flood warnings for Florida viewers. The warning is for Lakeland, Georgia, not Florida."
Ah. That's right, yeah.
Well wishes to your friends, though. That's an awful situation to be in. I really hope they're okay.
So we're really just waiting for the update. I'm sure watches and warnings will change by this point, and they'll have a proper discussion for us, and we'll be able to look at the new forecast cone, which is due in just 20 minutes. So stay tuned, and you'll find all of that information with us live on the air here before we part ways, at least for now. I don't know whether we might do any further coverage in the evening or what we're going to do yet, but certainly this has been an enormous event that's occurred, and in the end it was extremely well forecasted by the National Hurricane Center.
Yeah, they've what was it? I think they were forecasting at least Category 3 for I think at least a day and a half before landfall, which is a pretty good lead time.
And unfortunately, the weenie-ish hurricane models were right again. I hate it when they win.
To think when this first started out, we were only thinking maybe not high end, but high end tropical storm, low grade hurricane at landfall when it first started going out, and here we are, Category 4 peak, high end Cat 3 landfall.
Well, you just knew it was gonna do stupid things, didn't you? The Atlantic.
Yeah.
That backwater.
It all started when I made a comment during Hillary's stream about how happy I am. Distant Pacific is more active than the North Atlantic for once. I guess
He
the
got
North
mad at
Atlantic
you.
decided to show who's boss after I made that comment. Oh well.
Well, I remember a time when everyone was crying out for something interesting to happen in the Atlantic, and there wasn't a storm threatening the US for years. I remember those days.
Then Harvey happened.
In 2017, everything just goes wrong.
Well,
remember
I
that
mean,
one.
Matthew was before then, and that scared
Oh,
people.
yes, of course.
I
I suppose
before
Ike,
that-
because the drop between Ike and Matthew, I suppose it was.
Yep. Yeah, pretty
I was going to
much.
say that got very, very close with Ike. Ike peaked at 110 at landfall, though there's some arguments for 115. And we've had a few other folk, even non-major impacts like Sandy, when it was a hybrid storm upon landfall. That was a massive event that happened in 2012, as we all know. And just all of a sudden, Harvey happened, and then after that, it's just been just a constant, like I think basically every year except 2019, we've had at least the Category 3 or higher landfall in the United States.
Yeah, 2019 didn't have any.
But you have
nearly did
to
it.
make up for it.
Nearly did
We
it.
nearly had one that
Yeah,
would have
it's
been
scarily close.
absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
To put that into perspective, by the way, I was 2 years old when Ike happened, and then I was tracking Matthew. So
Damn.
that's
I was 6
quite
years
a long
old.
time.
Yeah.
I vaguely tracked Ike, but I only really started in 09.
No, I'm an 06 baby, so I was a bit too young for that then.
Blimey. Max Covers 8 says, is Charlotte safe from the tropical storm Winfield when it moves through South Carolina or near the coast of North Carolina as expected, or is it small in diameter? It depends. You probably won't get tropical storm force winds. Let me just double check. I don't think so. Low chance, probably about 5% chance that you'll get tropical storm force winds in Charlotte.
Is someone saying the NHC updates are out?
Yes, it is out. And it's down to Category 1, 90 miles per hour, 971 millibars. And
971.
And they actually expect it to re-strengthen slightly on the 2nd of September to 60 miles per hour out at sea.
Oh my god, it's not even September.
Yep, so that's out at sea. And changes with the advisory then. The storm surge warning has been discontinued west of the Osceola River, Florida. The hurricane warning, that's a terrible image of me there that's been... Can we get that working again? A hurricane warning from the middle of Longboat Key to Suwannee River, including Tampa Bay, has been changed to a tropical storm warning. And the tropical storm warning has been discontinued west of Indian Pass, Florida. So we still have those storm surge warnings, hurricane warnings, and everything else. So center of Idalia crossing into southern Georgia, the headline, high water levels continue along the Gulf Coast of Florida. And in a few moments we'll be able to take a look at the discussion. So that's the news from the National Hurricane Center, down to an 80 mile per hour Category 1. And
80?
It's 90 mile per hour Category 1, and soon we'll have a new cone and forecast to reflect that.
I thought they're gonna keep it to 100, but instead they've gone all the way to 90. That's interesting.
Yeah, that was interesting.
The last points are slightly stronger, from 45 to 50 now. That's out to sea.
Yeah.
Oh, you're joking. Another bloody mosquito bite.
And whilst we wait for some more info...
Oh, crap, was I... oh, God.
Yes, you were on the air.
Blooper.
It looks like a blooper there.
Well, we need...
and there's a new flash flood warning that was issued at 10:44 for Berrien County, Colquitt County, and Cook County in south central Georgia until 1:45 p.m. They're expecting 2 to 3 inches of 2 to 3 inches of rain already fallen, expecting 1 to 3 further inches of rain. That's for locations including Adel, Nashville, Moultrie, Sparks, Enigma, Ray City, Norman Park, Lenox, Alapaha, Riverside, Slay, Berlin, Funston, Cecil, Ellenton, Barneyville, LeConte, Wagon Wheel, Flat Ford, and Staunton.
Somebody asked if we'll be having Force 13 Sundays this Sunday.
I have no idea. But I will be in London on Sunday.
Well, probably not then.
But possibly.
Maybe.
If someone else streams it, then I'll be
Okay.
I'll be there on my little. I'll be in a window. We're waiting for updates from the NHC regarding, obviously the main update has come out, but we're waiting for the discussion and for the new forecast cone to drop. As soon as it does, you will see it on this screen. So the news there,
Ooh.
down to 90 miles per hour and a pressure, I think it said 971. Yep. But still has gusts of up to 100 knots.
So, the update for Franklin and 11 are out too. Franklin is down to 105 miles an hour, 961 millibars, and 11 is staying put at 35 miles an hour and doesn't look to become a tropical storm.
All right.
I
And
hate how GERT still exists.
And Franklin is now once again stronger than Idalia.
It appears so.
So we're just waiting for the new graphic and the new discussion, and then we'll do some summing up here on this serious and enormous storm event that's occurred over the last 24 hours with Hurricane Idalia, another big impact for the United States. Happens every year at the moment. You just knew it was going to happen again.
The cone for Franklin's just come. Oh no! The cone for Idalia's just come out.
And there's still a lot more of the season to come. There's the new cone, and look at that. They want it to go to Bermuda now. Absolutely.
Wow.
And then turning further out to sea after that. So this is
That's
going
a
to
weird cone.
It's going to be a loopy track, this, isn't it?
My goodness.
And those last 8 points are stronger, slightly stronger, from 45 to 50 knots.
Yes.
Probably undergoing transition to extratropical by then. I'm not sure.
No, it's too low, I think.
All the points are still
SSTs will be
tropical.
really warm.
Oh, that is true.
Remember, Franklin was just there, basically right where that last point of the track is there, that second to last.
Ignore that I said that.
Yeah, it is quite, but it is near the peak season, so SSTs are just fine right there. But maybe that means that they don't have to extend warnings any further north, which is good news. Because as you can see, those stronger storm warnings all the way up to the border between North Carolina and Virginia, well outside the cone, but they are considering how large the storm might be at that point, with that wind field spreading out as it weakens over Florida and now Georgia. It certainly looks like on radar, though, it's producing a lot of rain near the center right now. Northwestern side, Valdosta must be getting a pasting at this moment.
Who would have thought Bermuda will be affected by 2 storms? Well, that's certainly not what we expected when this whole event began.
Yes.
Happened in last time it happened was 2014, where they got a direct impact tropical. No, actually, I think Hurricane Faye, and then shortly after Hurricane Gonzalo.
Faye and Gonzalo.
Yes.
I tracked those systems as well. Absolutely.
I don't know if this has been reported on yet, but there was a flash flood report along I-75 and just south of Valdosta at exit 11.
Right. Well, it's not surprising at all, but
I-75 exit 11 and Madison Highway blocked due to flooding.
What is that GFS run?
So avoid that area. Don't look at GFS runs, please.
Oh my god. What is it doing? It's like flying all over the place. It's like up, down, round, up, now. Ooh.
Well,
what?
Well, he look at it anyway.
It's flinging Idalia all over the place.
Yes, a little bit. But we'll talk about that another day, I think.
Oh my god, I see
but we
it.
have
What is that?
We have a tornado watch that's in effect for coastal South Carolina and parts of North Carolina as well.
So, tornado watch just there. That could be a threat later on today, and indeed there were I think still are tornado warnings near Savannah, Georgia, just west of there right now. and that will obviously transfer further northeast in pretty short order. Still waiting to see the National Hurricane Centre's discussion. We want to see what they're saying about all of this. But ignore the bottom bar right now. It's 90 miles per hour and a pressure of 971. It earlier made landfall at 7:45 a.m. this morning with winds of 125 miles per hour and a pressure of 949 millibars, a high-end Category 3, and it briefly peaked as a Category 4 earlier on with 130 mile per hour winds and a pressure of 940. It's the strongest storm to strike the Bend area since only a company of one, a hurricane that struck Cedar Key in 1896.
At the same intensity, it might add to it, 125 as well.
Yeah. And I imagine a lot has changed since 1896, so no doubt the damages are going to be scores higher than that storm produced.
Idalia, I believe, is also the only major hurricane to exist in that part of the Gulf, like Appalachia Bay, I think it's called.
The
only
surge.
landfall, I'm not sure about only one to exist. I mean, you might be right, actually.
I was just
The
going off
surge
by what
forecasts
Tallahassee
here.
said.
There it is.
So those surge estimates have been revised down now for the area that was impacted the most, down to 11 feet. Not that it means much because they just had 16. But looking further up there, 3 to 5 feet from St. Catherine's Sound to South Santee River. That's the main area to look out for now. Some more comments. Are we doing a tropical weather bulletin tonight? I don't know. I still don't know yet whether we will or whether we might be live. And are there any more American hurricanes on the horizon for this year? Well, I was going to say before, we're not even peak season yet, by the way. That's September 10th usually, on average. So there is a lot more of this season to go. And I would say there's a decent chance that something else is going to happen.
Usually we have at least one storm active on peak day for the most part. Every now and then, no. But usually we have at least one, so we'll see.
We have the NHC discussion, and this is, I'll read it out in full. Although Idalia reached Category 4 intensity early this morning over the far northeast Gulf of Mexico, Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter data just before landfall indicated that the peak winds had started to decrease and the minimum pressure had begun to rise. This was likely due to an eyewall replacement cycle, which was shown by radar data, and we were talking about it at the time, and an increase in shear over the hurricane, which was also forecasted, by the way, by models just before landfall. Unfortunately, it was too close to make any difference. Idalia made landfall near Keaton Beach as a Category 3 around 11:45 UTC, that was 7:45 AM Eastern Time, and it has been weakening quickly since then over northern Florida. WSR 88D Doppler velocities suggest that the maximum winds are now down to about 90 miles per hour. Idalia is moving towards the north-northeast, or 30 degrees at 17 knots. The hurricane is located between a subtropical ridging near the Greater Antilles and a deep layer trough over the eastern United States. This pattern is expected to cause Idalia to turn toward the northeast and then east during the next 36 hours. And the track guidance is very good agreement on the center moving near the coasts of Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina through Thursday. Model spread increases beyond 36 hours, although there's not as much uncertainty as yesterday. None of the models show the circulation curving back towards the US anymore, but the guidance is suggestive that Idalia will likely slow down as it approaches Bermuda on days 3 through 5. During that period, the NHC track forecast is a blend of the previous forecast with the current HCCA and TVCX consensus aids. Relatively fast weakening is anticipated through the rest of the day. Intensity guidance is hovering right around the hurricane threshold at 12 hours. And the official forecast, therefore, conservatively shows a 65-knot hurricane near the Georgia-South Carolina border this evening. Idalia should become a tropical storm by tonight while moving near the coast of South Carolina. The intensity forecast is a little bit above the guidance at 24 and 36 hours to account for the possibility of a band of strong winds developing on the backside of Idalia near eastern North Carolina, associated with a nearby frontal boundary. Beyond 36 hours, the guidance suggests that Idalia's intensity is likely to hover between 45 to 50 knots through the end of the forecast period. So, any thoughts from our team on that?
Well,
Bit
not
fed up
much
of it at
really,
this
yeah.
point.
I think we're all pretty much drained here, although I am currently waiting to see the final advisory from Pegasus on Sailor as has exited the par, and probably the first full advisory from them for Haikui, which should be has entered the par right now. It's 11 p.m. on the dot Philippine time now. I wish we could close on that.
And what is the
But,
next Philippine name?
Oh, I don't know.
well, Sailor's name is Goring, G. So it's going to be from an H, but I don't remember what it is.
Another comment, do we think we'll get another Laura, Ida, Ian, Idalia in like September, then like a weak hurricane? I can't tell. I have no idea. But it doesn't look like we're going to get anything in the next 2 weeks, which is good news. Gaming with Cam says, I'm getting a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust here in Nassau County, Florida. Make sure you take it easy. Louis Avery says, driving through Ely, Florida, and we're getting very heavy rain and strong gusty winds. But now we are going to finish our stream and leave it with the webcam as we do our outro from Isaac's screen there. That is Keaton Beach, where the storm made landfall earlier this morning. 7:45 a.m. was the time. Key messages: significant impacts from storm surge will continue along the Gulf Coast of Florida within the storm surge warning until this evening. Dangerous storm surge is also expected along the southeast US coast within the storm surge warning area tonight and Thursday. Follow any advice given by local officials. Damaging hurricane-force winds will occur where the core of Idalia moves across southern Georgia and southern South Carolina this evening. Residents in these areas should be prepared for long-duration power outages. Strong winds also expected to spread northeastwards across South Carolina and North Carolina through Thursday within the tropical storm warning area. And areas of flash urban and moderate river flooding with considerable impacts are expected from portions of North Florida through central Georgia and South Carolina through eastern North Carolina into Thursday. That's it for me and the team. It's been a marathon of a stream. My name was Nathan Foy, and finishing our coverage on Force 13 Live, we have Farhan Horse, a guest there in the call, Isaac, and Oscar. Thanks very much for being with me throughout this whole stream, guys, and to everyone else
Thank you for having us.
who took part. We'll have more updates on the channel. Subscribe for more information and updates, and you can follow us on all our social media platforms as well. We hope we did a good job with this. It was a very difficult storm to cover, as they often are. But until next time, which might be pretty soon, that's it from us. And stay safe. It's still dangerous out there.
Stay safe.